I remember when I was 12, my parents and I, we took a tour at the Walt Disney Animation Studio in Orlando, and it was wonderful to actually see an animation studio, but however, it was apparent that the secrets that they have was definitely elusive to the outsider, because here as a tourist, we were behind a plexiglass, so that plexiglass was pretty much like a solid metaphor for like that veilless mystery. But so flashing forward, I still wanted to learn animation, but just it was impossible at the time, because in order to learn, you would have to go to out-of-state university or a private college or even overseas, and it was virtually impossible for me at the time. Earlier last year or so that I started to take animation courses, and I'm telling you, I have seen so many online animation courses, but there was always still that veil of mystery. Flash forward to this year, I came across AMB's YouTube channel, AMB Real Animators Training, and I was blown away. I just couldn't believe the knowledge that he was putting out there, the lectures that he was doing. It just pretty much ripped that veil of mystery off the face of the earth. And the thing that really sets his archive, his online lectures and stuff apart from everyone else is the basics. That's the one thing that a lot of the books, a lot of the online animation stuff lack, was the extreme basics, And when I started on that archive, I started understanding the spacing, the timing, the arcs, the slow in, the slow out. And with each exercise, it builds up on each other. And as a result, I start seeing, the arcs. I start understanding and timing things in my head. And it was just so fascinating. And because of that, it just helped revive, my lifelong desire of learning animation. And it just made me so happy that I'm able to pursue and to dream of becoming an animator. So thank you.
So, are you going to join the library?
Hello and welcome once again to another edition of AMB, Animation Livestream. Right, so I figured I'm having a lot of fun doing these Challenge the Animator streams, Challenge AMB. The way it works is just like you suggest a character for me to break down and draw with a detailed analysis of what I see when I break down the drawing for you. We have fun. I ask you to suggest a character, a well-known character, any character. If I'm in harmony with it, if I feel that it's interesting enough, I'll Google it and I will play around with it and do some stuff with it. We did one with Bunkers the Bobcat the last time we did this. We had lots of fun with that, and we did one with Luffy, mate, from from One Piece. He's not here to wind up. Kevin Silver calling him Luffy. Apparently it's pronounced Luffy. I don't know. Okay, so why don't you do that? You're in the chat. Suggest to me a character that you would like to see me bring to life for you before your very eyes during the process of the live stream. What makes it fun is I've never drawn or any of these characters, and I prefer it to be that way because I'll show you what real animation is all about. It's about being able to walk into a studio and hit the ground running. So I'm going to say hello to the people online, and while I'm doing that, please suggest to me a character. Um, we have got Marco Land. Hello, Marco Land. How are you? Red Fox, good to see you. Copper Star, good to see you shining there in the chat once again. Charlene Giles, and Dylan, I'll destroy you all, draws. Troy Parks, how you doing? He says, how that little red movie finish, huh? Well, Troy, let's just put it this way. I put out I animated a minute and a half of Little Red, full blown, colored, in between, cleaned, did the backgrounds, did everything, and I then left it to you guys. I basically said, look, we've had over 140 views of that. If a small percentage of those views would have donated, I could have been able to have channeled more funds into finishing that. I've got other projects on the go. The project didn't receive very many donations. It received some generous donations from certain library members like Kevin Silver and this and that. But I'm sure he won't mind me transitioning those towards Groundhopper, because these projects are funded only by me. I'm basically creating Hollywood animation, multi-million-dollar animation on my own, in my own time, while I'm doing the training library. And I'm trying to get these projects off the ground. Little Red is something that I would love to finish, but I've taken it to a stage and I've presented it out there to the public, and it's up to the public to decide whether I take it any further, because I've got other things that I need to be doing with my time as well, such as the Groundhopper, and the same thing will happen pretty much with the Groundhopper and the other things. I don't believe that we need to rely on mediums like Kickstarter or anything like that. If you think about it, people shout their mates a beer, people shout their mates a meal, people shout their mates things all the time. People throw coins to buskers in the road. So, quite frankly, as far as I see it, if people were so interested in the Little Red project to see it finished, or they had some respect for it, even if you say you get 200,000 views, even if you got $1 for one of those views, or whatever, because there was enough interest in the project, then that would show that there would be worth. Well, his spam has given me a chance to explain what's going on with Little Red anyway, Live Fantasy. So then it would show that there would be some worth of continuing that, because it's my time and it's my energy, and it's my work. And if my core fan base are not as passionate about that work, then I will move on to another project of mine, which is pretty much the way it's looking at the moment. But I still have hope for Little Red. There are other ways that I can raise funding for it, but the initial method didn't quite turn out as planned. But there are other ways that we can do it, and I've still got a lot of hope for it. But that means that it goes in the background, and Groundhopper comes in the foreground this year. This year for me is all about the Groundhopper. Okay, so let's see if we've got any suggestions for any characters to animate. So we don't have any suggestions at the moment other than Merlin from Sword in the Stone or Archimedes the Owl. We'll talk about how to become a master of drawing as I start animating. Come on, guys, 9 minutes in. We've only got one suggestion from Dylan Draws. That's to animate the Merlin or Archimedes. Well, give me the name of a random anime character and I'll look into it. We did something Disney last time, so I'm quite open to doing a different style. Um, oh, Orc against Knight battle. That's a good suggestion, but it involves me having to character design these characters, and I don't really. That's too much. The whole Naruto. I'm doing a Naruto breakdown series at the moment, so I want to move away from doing that. I've done seven live streams featuring Obito and Kakashi. I was thinking Groundhopper playing. That would be nice, Charlene, but the point of these streams is more to deviate from my style and to show you how to animate an established character if you was a professional. Spike from Cow. What's Spike from Cow? Let's have a look at Spike from Cow. Merlin is great, but I I want to try something a little bit. Oh, Spike from Cowboy Bebop. Okay, that's what you mean. Um, Interesting. We've done Luffy. Um, Kumatetsu from Boy and the Beast. Okay, let's see what that is. Um, Kumatetsu from Boy and the Beast. Um, Interesting character. I'm preferring the Spike from Cowboy Bebop. Um, okay, let's. That's it. We've had a few suggestions. I think I'm gonna do the Spike from Cowboy. Beam from Tower of God. I don't even know. Bam from Tower of God. I'm gonna stray from not do a Disney one this week, Charlene, because we did Bonkers last week. I don't want to completely hog this. Um, okay, this. I'm preferring, if I'm gonna do anime, I think I'm gonna do the Spike from Cowboy Bebop. Spike, Cowboy Bebop. Okay. Let me go about doing Spike from Cowboy Bebop. Um, I'm gonna stick with the 2D animation characters, Gary, purely because I want to get this stream. I want to get as much work as I can done, and I don't want to interpret the character. I want to kind of look at it from a model sheet. Okay, I've made my mind up. I kind of like the Cowboy Bebop aesthetic. Um, I would love to do Merlin from Sword in the Stone, and I would love to do Baloo the Bear. But we did some Disney last time, and I think it's only fair to balance this and go on and put something out there in different styles, just to show I'm well. I've already demonstrated it many times, but it's not a one-trick pony. It's about real animators being able to blend into any style that they can. Okay, so let's begin the stream now. Now, the usual way this starts is I make studies of the character. So I'm immediately gonna look at this guy's facial features. I've done him once before. Let me just see if you've got my mic. Is my mic loud and clear? Yes, it is. Okay, so again, no time to fart around and do these things slowly. Um, I'm just gonna make really fast studies of this character for the first possibly half an hour, possibly hour. Right, so the first kind of thing I get from this guy is his hairstyle is this, and in the middle is his face is going to sit there. This 3/4 image kind of shows me that, right? So his hairstyle is going to sit and his face is going to sit in here. Then we're going to divide this into thirds, right? So the first third is where that is, and his eye line is going to sit maybe along there like that, right? So then we've got his eye coming here. He's got I would say he's got about an eye width apart. He's about an eye width apart. So we've got the other eye here, like this, and his eyebrows. They're a little hard to see in this drawing, but we're going to do more drawings. So first I'm going to do a couple of drawings of his head and his face. His nose, what I like about this guy is he's got like his eyelash overshoots hair and his eyebrow shoots hair. Nice, interesting eye model. Right, and we have his nose, which shoots a little beyond the eye, and it's got a little tip on the end of it, like that. Very important thing to come off. And that comes to about the halfway point of his face. Right, and in line with this, his mouth then kind of just balances all that off. Right, okay. So that's basically the way I have worked his face out from a 3/4. So if I was walking into an animation studio cold, this is pretty much what I would spend my first hour doing before I even start animating. Or I might block out the animation with rough blocks and squares and then play around with this later on. But to be honest, okay, his ear is very detailed. So he's got his cruces and his concha coming in here. Now, I don't see a chin in this drawing, but so I'm going to have to do more drawings to figure out his chin. Now, this, I talked about this here, but first we're going to think about the appeal factor of his colors, you know. I like this character. He's very, very manly. He has this kind of, you know, he's handsome and in a manly way. I find the characters designed in this day and age, or that are kind of handsome, they're kind of a little bit feminine in their appearance. What I like about this guy is he's very, very macho, old school macho, and me being a guy in my 40s, I like that. Okay, so we're gonna put his colors in there like that. That's pretty much, maybe this should be a little bit higher, but that's okay for me. So this pretty much is straight, but it tapers a little bit like that. Now the hair, I'm gonna not be so religious about it, because I think there's no definite model so long as you kind of get this right. So we're gonna bring in the shape inside here, and then this lump we're gonna kind of create interesting shapes around it. Then there's gonna be, I'm gonna copy it, but I'm not gonna stick to this, because I've noticed in the various images of him there's no definite number of these on his hair. So around the curling arch we just create interesting kind of bunching patterns like that, you know. Doesn't matter. Then hair, where the back of the hair changes direction, you're going to want to have that change of direction. Again, I'm not copying 100%. I'm not interested in that, where just that's not definite in the model anyway, right? So now again, hair is back combed. I love the hairstyle of this character. Like the way they do the bunching talks about how he's groomed it, how he's back combed it, and all that stuff. So that fits in there. Now we're going to think about his center line. Coming off his center line, we're going to frame this going this way and this going this way. Now this is going to come over his face. As long as I get this, for me is the thing that I'm going to most want to familiarize myself with, right? And just for myself, right, I'm going to tell you the first thing I'm going to do before I look at another drawing of this guy. It's so dark, so I can't quite see anything else. The first thing, right, that's enough. That's his head. The first thing I'm going to do before I look at another drawing of this guy is I'm going to make a little note to myself. All right, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do I'm going to go to the halfway point, but his eye line is more on the third, and I'm going to do this, right? Now from my memory, I'm going to say, okay, well, we're going to come down, and I'm making this shape up, and I'm going to curl in around here, and I'm going to make lots of lines. So I'm just doing this purely for myself. We're going to change direction. We're going to come up here. We're going to have some back combing on the back. And the other thing I want to think about, so we got the 1/3 of the eye line. I don't care too much about his eyes. I'm just going to do that. I'm going to then remember the center line. I'm going to have one going this way, one going that way. And it's more the big sideburn, right? So how does the sideburn work? Like this, right? So I'm building something in my subconscious. Charlene, I'm building brain cells, all right? I'm building brain cells, right? So that's that. So I made that purely for myself, and I'm going to delete that. Right, so now I'm going to look at another image of this guy. So let me do this image of this guy is pretty much what I'm going to do now. So I'm going to do a front view, a front image of him. So again, I'm going to think of him as this shape, right? And we're going to come in here. I'm going to take my formula, but I'm not necessarily going to stick to it, right? So the halfway along is where his kind of hair is going to start. And now I'm doing something new, right? I'm going to create a triangle. That's interesting. That's interesting, right? So I've got a triangle here like this. Now this drawing's a little bit different. His eyes are going slightly down the other way on each other. Let me come in a little bit. So we've got an eye going this way. He's got one eye width apart. So he's slightly different model. This looks like it's from the actual series. The other looked like a piece of promotional art. I'll be honest, I prefer this one. So his eye then comes down like this, and one eye comes up. I might do something really simple with the character, which is a front walk cycle or something from a mid-shot point of view, just to show you guys how you can get a cool walk cycle with a fun character without using cutout, right? So his face is really easy. Kind of sits. Now this is his chin. So he's got a fairly longish kind of face, which comes down like that, right? And his ear is the usual, sitting at the bottom of the nose. His nose is a line. And one thing I like about the style of this show is I noticed that along the line of the nose they always have like a heavy shadow like this, which is cool, right? So we're gonna come here like that. Okay, now again the hairstyle. I'm not gonna religiously copy the model that I can see, because it's always changing, but what I am gonna notice is the way they do some of the bunching. So they've always got two together like this, and then the separating when they come to the side. Now here, one in the middle, one long one, right, and one out here. So I'm just this is what makes the character. This gives the character the identity. The face is the typical kind of anime face. It's not so different or distinct. What gives this character his identity is this bunching and this hairstyle. So I've noticed this kind of triangle frames his face here like this. We're going to come up, we're going to come down. This is almost Lion-O from Thundercats. This here, we're coming behind the ear. And then again, the other identity is I've made this triangle here, but it's how we start framing his face, right? So we're going to frame. We've again got those two on either side of the center line, and we're going to come to this side, and two more here like this, and one down here, one going the other way. Now his sideburns, that's what interested me, right? So his sideburns and a little bit of his ear on this side. I'm gonna make a little note early on, but I'm not focusing too much on his body at the moment. That'll be the next part. One thing at a time, don't rush, okay? Familiarization is easy and it can be quick as long as you don't rush, right? So we're gonna have this collar on this side. I love the clothing design that we have here like this. Okay, so that's his neck. His neck is framed with these collars. The collars come down almost like a bird's wing. One is always steeper than the other. He's got this nice 80s style to him that I like. Almost reminds me of Iori from the King of Fighters. I love that game. Right, so let's move that there. That's another quick little study. So that's more of a front 3/4. Let's look at another angle of him. It's all quite similar. Let me do this one. Okay, so I'm beginning to see a pattern. Oh, that's a better one. That's a better one. It's hard to see his hair, but I don't mind, then I can make his hair up. Okay, so this is going to be a little bit of a challenge for me because I'm going to start making his hair up. He's a little bit different in model on this drawing, but this is a still from the animation. So he's got his square face. I'm going to have as many different versions of him as I can. So these guys aren't so religious on model, which is something I kind of respect about anime since I've been looking at it, because I feel the older Disney films weren't as anal about model as the newer ones. And I feel that the more anal you get about model, the less expressive some of the expressions and drawings are. Now in anime, they don't really have that many expressive drawings, but what I like about Cowboy Bebop is actually they do have, particularly this drawing here, he's got a bit of expression to his face. Easy stuff, sternocleidomastoid muscle. Okay, what did I remember about the colors? He's just basically, it's not exactly the same as that. Probably the way different animators draw. Okay, so this guy is really, I prefer the way this guy's drawn the color. It's more like somebody who really understands drapery better. This is more entry level. It's still got dimension to it, but this guy is really playing with the shapes. One thing though, but both artists do, is they don't make the colors symmetrical. Okay, I like the way his color is unbalanced. It's more natural when you try to have your colors. I don't dress like, well, I get dressed a little bit like this. I like to stand my colors up sometimes, and they never remain equal on either side, even if you use color straighteners or whatever. So I really like this. It adds more realism to the drawing. Okay, one thing I have noticed is his eyes do float down to the side, right? So we've got his eye line, his face is divided in three. His eyes float down. They kind of go like this, right? That's what I mean, they float down to the side. So we've got one hair, right? Interesting, like this. Then we've got one. This eye is slightly smaller, so this is something anime does which I don't personally agree with, but I guess every style's got its own way of expressing. So he's raising, this is their law of exaggeration, okay? I don't necessarily wouldn't do it this way, but I'm not here to complain. I'm here to learn. What's the point of being a broken record, right? So what I'm seeing is their law of exaggeration in Anime, he's raised this eyebrow. They're not squashing and stretching the eye so much. They're just increasing the size of the eye more so than the other eye, which is straight like this, and it comes in here. Yeah, they're kind of balancing it out though, because over here he's got that usual, I don't quite understand what these little lines are that they put on anime characters under their cheeks, these kind of black shading. Now I love this guy's nose. I remember he's got a little tip on there which doesn't necessarily show in this drawing, but I'm gonna keep it in. And what I am gonna remember, because it's in nearly every drawing, they like to heavy his nose. It's almost part of the cleanup. They pick their probably light angle and they heavy the nose there. So we got a smile here with a little bit of shading underneath. So his head is a little different, bit different in shape to that one front three. So we got front 3/4, and straight on front. I'm gonna want to look for a profile elevation. So here the same deal. I'm gonna remember this. And I'm gonna try and make up the top of his hair, because it's, although if I really look I might be able to make it out, it's really dark, and I'm looking, my other monitor is quite far from my eye, but I think that's a good thing because I can get to play. Okay, so let's put some sideburns here. We got his ears are obscured by his sideburns. Right. So let me try now. So first I'm gonna look at this, otherwise I'll get lost. We're gonna come down on this side and we're gonna come out. Let me use this one, 2, 3. If I can somehow pull this off, making this hair up, then most of my challenge, most of my thing will be successful. Right? So we've got this on this side, but what happens? Has he got a middle parting? Ah, this will be my help. Okay, this one down here will be my help. Okay, so I'm gonna bring this here, and I'm gonna bring a little bit of hair on this side like this. So I can't actually see that. Actually, I can make out in the original what they have done, and it's on the same track, so I'm gonna refer to that because I'm still learning. But what that did is that tested my brain, which is good. So here the parting, this area is more hair. Now I can't see how many it's got, but the reason I did it is because it works nicer, and I saw that the guy actually did that. Now I'm going to continue to make up this stuff. Now remember, it was sometimes it was two together, one this way, one that way, one this way. I'm going to continue to make this ones up. Right, let's go out here, down. Let's make another small one here like this, then come out. Okay, and come back up with the back combing. Okay, so that's half looking and half experimenting, and he has got some shadow that occurs under there to give his hairstyle some depth. Okay, which is interesting. Right, so I have got another image of his face. Yes, hair like this. Now let me look for a profile view of the character so I can understand his profile. It's quite difficult to find, but I can build it and make it up. Here, this is almost a profile, and again I'm gonna get to make his hair up a little bit, which is good. Each time I want to kind of stray from what I'm looking at and see if I can consolidate what I've learned. So this is almost a profile, but it's not. So I'm gonna think his head is kind of like a wedge shape like that. Let me go back to what I've learned about him. So I'm gonna make up his hair, even though I can't see it. I can only see the bottom of it. I'm not even sure this is official artwork, but it looks close enough. Okay, now his ear comes here. His eye is on the first third, you know, maybe less than a third hair, right? So here is his eye line here. I'm not sure if this is official artwork. It just looks a little bit off, but it's the closest thing I can find to a profile, and it seems quite accurate enough. So we've got a middle eye here. Now his nose has got a little bit of a curl on it, but that little pinch on the edge like that. And this nostril comes in line with that, and he's got his upper lip and lower lip like this, with the mouth framing inside it like that. He's got this longish head. I'm inclined to think his head is long and this one is a little bit off model, but I like that drawing. And his jaw actually comes up here like this. Okay, there's a little bit of his eye in here. Maybe they're just making his profile interesting rather than a straight flat profile. They say make the profile interesting by having some dimension to it, which is fair enough, but it's close enough to being a profile to me. Now again, we've got the middle of his head. They've kind of pushed it to the side, so here we're going to come down, and here I'm going to be able to understand his sideburn, which is, I still don't have a good understanding of his sideburn. So here is the ear. The ear is easy. You got the tegos, the anti-tegos, the helix, which comes around, the concha, which they have shaped like this, the greater and inferior crus of the ear, which they have put there, or superior and inferior. Right, so here we have this aspect of his hair, which is always on the middle line. So this is something that is now set in stone on the character's hair. 1, 2. Now we're going to come down the sideburn. Come down. Okay, so 1, 2. Okay, so opposites. So the sideburn changes direction, and then it comes this way. I'm really studying this because I love this guy's. I love the texture of this guy's hair. I really do. Right, and then this comes up, and then now I'm gonna kind of. I can't see the rest of his hair, so I'm gonna make it up. Right, so I'm gonna come up here, 2 up here, like this. One big one round here. 1. This is the line here, so we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, then 5 like this. We're gonna curl that there. I remember there was gonna be some back combing, but before I've got some reference here. So sternocleidomastoid, back of the neck, nice thick neck, muscular neck. So we're gonna put some hair attached to the back of the neck there like this. Then I'm gonna play with the back combing like that and have that come up there. So I've made up the majority of that hair, and I'm quite happy with that. Again, his color, let's play with that. I can't quite see his color, but I'm gonna kind of make his colors up, right? So let's have this color standing like this, and then this one will open up, and I'm gonna make it up. It'll come like that. I'm gonna see something like this. Good. Okay, that is another image of the head that we have done of the character. So there is our there's our studies of his head. I'm gonna move on now and make studies of his body. I feel I've done enough of his head there, which is all good. 37 minutes in. Okay, so 37 minutes in. Let me have a quick look at the chat to see if there's who's here, any questions we've got going on. Who's the rabbit in the thumbnail? It's my own character. You see him in the back there, although that's an early incarnation of him. Okay, I remember that. Thank you, Apu. You can be good at drawing too, which reminds me, somebody asked a question. How to be a master drawing. Where is it? I can reply that now as we're doing this. How to become... Oh, it's the same person, Apu. Okay, Apu, I'll reply that as we're drawing. Igor Silva. Can you talk about the difference between location design and set design? Yes. Location is not just about the interior or the exterior of a building. It could be, but also location involves the environment. Okay, so say in my project there's a mountain, there's different phases on the mountain where he's going to climb, there's a temple at the top. All of those are sets within a location. So you're going to have to also figure out the mood, figure out the, does it fit, and then the set design also is relating to the character action going on in the set. Like the set needs to be, the temple will break. What does it look like when it's together? What does it look like when it's broken within the same location? It's the same location but in a different state. So hopefully that there's a lot more to it than that, but hopefully that gives you a sense of idea. Okay, let's continue with our study of Spike, and then we're going to animate a front walk cycle with him. Something simple, something easy, but we're going to do it with style. Okay. Right. So let me now look at the character's clothes. This one, wow, he's got interesting legs. Okay, these aren't necessarily all the same. I'm gonna save some of these images so I can blow them up. Just bear with me. Bear with me, okay? Give me like less than a minute. I'm gonna create a new folder, Cowboy Bebop. Cowboy, we'll just call it. And I'm gonna save this image. I'm gonna save this image. One more, just a couple more I'm gonna do. Couple more. Let's save this image. I'm gonna do 5 drawings of him before we start animating. Some of these are not really 100% a model, but it's good enough for me to have him, to get him right. I'm going to save the rear view. Oh, the rear view gives me his profile as well on the back of his head, so that's good. Okay, let's be really quick. I'm gonna save this image too. It's clip art. It's not necessarily 100% the model, but it's good enough. Okay. Now I'm going to open my Cowboy Bebop images. So just bear with me. Can you hear me, for starters? Yes, you can. Can you hear me? Outlaw Pete. Outlaw Pete. Okay, right. Let's start with this one. Let's get straight in there and start with this one. Even though I might animate him from a mid-shot, it's important to know what your character looks like proportion-wise. I had no idea. I've seen one episode of this show. It was always my intention to watch this show because I've always kind of really rated the design. I saw the first episode on Netflix. I just don't have time to watch stuff. But I don't remember him being so spindly-legged, right? He's extremely spindly-legged. Right. So as I'm making this drawing, let me talk a little bit to the question how to become a master at drawing, right? Well, essentially, drawing, like everything to become a master at, is by familiarizing yourself with the process. And what the process of the best way to do that is through something called repetition, right? So you repeatedly do something over and over again. You build muscles. Now I'm coming back to kind of check his proportions. And the muscles that you build get stronger. This is the rule of everything. The more you pull at a rubber band, the looser it will become, and it'll eventually snap. So the more you work at something, the more it grows, right? Now some people would say, well, I've been drawing all my life. Now I'm just gonna think. Wait, I'm just gonna make his body is still kind of half. It's a little bit more in the legs because this is a lower angle, but I feel it's still kind of half. Right. So some people say, some people genuinely say things like, well, I practice all the time and I just don't seem to be getting any better, right? That's because your practice is flawed, and that's it. All right, it isn't a case of I can just draw every day and I'll be able to get better at it, right? Imagine trying to write every day, but you don't know the rules of writing, you don't understand writing, and people say, well, just play, just look at writing, figure it out for yourself. Now, maybe eventually you might figure it out for yourself, but, you got to have a lot of patience, power, focus, discipline, all these kind of things, and it'll be a very long, unnecessary process. It's like learning a new language. You can figure it out for yourself, or you can go through it through a systematic, proven methodology that now I'm kind of using what I know on the hair already to kind of get this hair. This kind of system that will help you grow in an efficient manner, which will give you more desirable results as you're going about doing this stuff, right? So drawing is exactly the same. You don't just simply copy. You don't simply just keep copying things that you find interesting, that you're a fan of, to copy, right? And then in this day and age also, there's many distractions from your drawing. Many distractions, such as the human tendency to always want to be validated and always want to feel that they're doing something right, and wanting recognition, wanting praise. And in the social media era, where a lot of people can now meet new people a lot easier and affiliate with people a lot easier. Heck, you're all watching and listening to me. You've got access to one of the best animators in the world, and you can hang with me and talk to me and improve yourselves through that. So social media is a great thing, but you got to understand where you are and what your intention is. So if your intention is to master drawing, then none of that matters. None of what other people think about you, or what you're sharing, or what people are seeing you do really matters. Their opinion doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is that you are focusing your energy and directing it towards growing at drawing. You say, okay, I understand that. I get that. I'm basically, while I'm talking, I'm making maps in my mind of this guy's model. Right? So you say, okay, well, I understand that, but what do I need to do to get good at drawing? How do I get good at drawing? You need to understand that drawing is essentially lines made out of shapes. Drawing isn't painting. Drawing isn't color. Drawing, you can draw with color and paint, but that's deviating from essentially what we're talking about: draftsmanship, getting good at drawing, right? So you're going to have to basically understand that these lines create shapes which represent things, right? And the more accurate your placement of those lines, the more definite your creation of those shapes, the more successful your representation will be of the subject matter which you are attempting to draw. So I'm just looking at the sleeve. The sleeve comes off the suit like this. So then essentially what it all boils down to is you got to get good at seeing. You got to get good at seeing, not looking, okay? Seeing. Seeing is not just looking. Seeing is understanding, right? Seeing is understanding with your eyes and understanding with your actions. I see, okay? People say, I see. A lot of people, when they draw, they look, but they don't see. It's very, very different. So once you basically get good at seeing, you are then able to analytically observe the lines, the shapes, and the placements, okay, of what you're drawing. Now this is great when it comes to hand-eye coordination, which is what you see me doing right now. Hand-eye coordination. I'm doing a little bit more than hand-eye coordination. I'm seeing, all right? Because you're going to watch me animate this character, and I'm making sure I have the power and I have the ability. I'm no better than you, okay? So don't get all in a hissy fit. This guy's so up himself. I'm telling you the truth. We all have the power and the ability, right? I've just practiced a bit more. I have the power and the ability to see, understand effortlessly now, so I can come on a live stream and share with you this amazing information while retaining stuff in my subconscious, right? So what I'm essentially saying is you need to develop great hand-eye coordination, right? Hand-eye coordination can be built through copying, but when you copy, you do not look, you do not imitate, you see and act, okay? They are very different processes, and I share with you on many of my free content streams how this can be done, right? I talk about what we call the secret science of shape simplification, right? For example, there's a triangle here. I've seen that triangle. It's a negative triangle, but it connects these two garments together, right? Are we all on the same page here, right? Do we understand what I'm talking about, right? So this is what another thing I'm seeing, the direction of a low angle to a high angle, right? We're looking up at this guy, so this line is going this way. Now these legs are going to be from a, like, this angle is changing in the drapery here, all right? So I'm seeing that. So the other aspect is, as you are doing your building your hand-eye coordination skills, let me come out here and do his legs. As you're building your hand-eye coordination skills, now these are a lot longer, right? So I'm seeing, right? I made an initial study like this, but I'm seeing that I'm going a lot longer, right? Down to about here. This is very thin, right? So the hand-eye coordination skills are a must for you to develop the ability to place your lines in the right place. Coordinated mark making, all right? That's what essentially is strong draftsmanship, right? And line is always the fundamental must, right? Everything when it comes to drawing is about line. Not how nice looking the line is. You can see I'm being a little bit like this because I'm in a hurry. But more the placement of the line. You know, the weight of the line and all that comes later. But at the beginning, it's about the placement of the line. The definite placement of the line. Okay? And understanding it. So these things, now let me come out and see. I need to see, right? I need to step back and see. His shoe has to be in line with his head, right? So I'm going to rough out from afar where this shoe will be. I'm going to then look at the negative triangle in between here and join it to create almost a diamond, right? So you're seeing the shapes which I'm seeing, all right, and placing there. Now I'm going to zoom in, even though his boots are just, trousers are just black and his boots are just black. I'm going to try and have a look at this. So essentially, that's one half of the equation. And that's the half which a lot of people like to play with who consider themselves self-taught. Okay? I'm going to do photorealistic pencil drawings. I'm going to copy this picture and I'm going to sit for hours and I'm going to do it photorealistic. I'm going to shade it. It's going to look just like a photograph. Blah, blah, blah. or I'm going to go to figure drawing class. I'm going to make a drawing of the model. It's going to be, I'm going to spend time making sure everything's in the right place. That's good. You can do that. That's 1/2 of the equation, right? But the thing is, there's also, going back to this thing of seeing. We are not simply seeing line. What a strange looking shape this guy has. But I like it. We're not simply seeing line and shape and all that kind of. So first, let me just test another thing. Left and right brain makes you a master as well. So I want to have a look. Yeah, kind of almost works in inverse. Not bad. You probably need a little bit of this, right? Could have, you saw slightly out, right? Storyboard, but not bad. All right. So the thing is, this leg's also a little thinner, but I can't be bothered to fix it. Now I'm going to look at this. I'm going to deviate from what I'm talking about to exemplify what I'm saying, right? So I see a triangle, right? Let me exemplify. I see a triangle. I don't see a guy. I see another triangle, really thin triangle here, right? I see another triangle here, right? I see another triangle here. This triangle now cuts in and creates a triangle here, right? Like this. I see another triangle here, right? Like this. And I finally see another triangle here. This goes straight up, right? And in here I see another triangle kind of like this, and down coming here I see another triangle like this. This is what I see. All right, now to illustrate further what I'm talking about, is this simply isn't enough, because if you do not see the structure of the subject matter, i.e. the what puts it together, all right, the anatomy. You know, people talk about anatomy and it's a buzzword. Say, I need to get better anatomy, I need to get better anatomy. It just becomes, that should be a meme, right? The whole point of it is so that you can make simple shapes that represent the anatomy in an appealing way, right? That's the whole point of it. So the second half to mastery is understanding structure and how things are put together, all right? Seeing, right? Seeing how things are put together in order for you to see. I saw how this guy's face was put together, so it's quite easy for me to now go ahead. Now I know he'll have one hair and another hair like this, right? And then we'll come hair on hair, and then we'll come along here. The sideburn will then change direction like that, right? So the whole business of anatomy is simply, again, a matter of familiarization, acquaintance, making sure that you understand fully what it is you're trying to draw. I think it is borderline insanity that people complain about their drawing ability when they have made practically little to no effort to understand, truly understand the subject matter of what it is that they're drawing, right? You're not drawing an anime character. You're not drawing a Disney character. You're drawing a representation of a human being or an anthropomorphic animal with a human proportions, or an animal. You're drawing a representation of those things in a certain style that has been designed. Okay, let's look at it for what it truly is. The facts, the raw facts. It isn't Spike from Cowboy Bebop. That's secondary. Spike from Cowboy Bebop is very much the secondary. Now here's a triangle here, right? Now, but I can fill this triangle with knowledge, understanding that this is his neck. A triangle of the neck where his hyoid bone is, and his thyroid, his sternothyroid, sternohyoid. There's so many muscles there that I almost got tongue-tied. Is, right? But I know what it is. There's no fakeness about it, right? I know what I'm drawing, right? I understand the angle, and his trapezius is causing how it's causing his neck to hunch like this. And the artist, I also salute to the greatness of the draftsman who has made this particular drawing, because it is incredibly strong in terms of anatomy. So if you don't understand these things, then moaning about why you're no good, or why you struggle, or how you're not as good as somebody who you look up to is really quite ridiculous. It's like somebody who tasted a birthday cake and then didn't look up the recipe, but then tried to make that cake from their memory or something like that, or tried to watch someone making that cake, and it didn't really work out the same. You got to really understand. A real chef understands flavors, understands what goes with what. The same way a real draftsman will understand his or her subject matter, right? So this is now, like, the shoulder is all the way up here, right? Because of the way the trapezius is hunched in its back, and yet it's all following these marks that I've made here. Let me then come in through here. So his jacket, right? What I'm going to do, because I'm doing a lot of talking, is I'm going to see if I've retained any information about his clothing, and try and, before I draw another one, try and draw something from my imagination. So hopefully, like, just to kind of recap, what we talked about. Again, here, this is just great. So we've got one fold where it's really tight on his clothing here. Just to kind of recap what we talked about. Okay. You need hand-eye coordination, right? You need to understand that drawing is made up of line, which creates shapes which are representative of the thing that is being drawn. Okay? That's essentially all drawing is, right? So you need hand-eye coordination so you can place those lines appropriately to create the appropriate shapes, to create the representation. Now you see my triangles, as I've zoomed in, are a little bit out, but that's okay. I've seen the triangles. I know what they are. I can adjust. So these representations, these shapes that you're making are representations, right? So this, I know, is I love the twisting and turning of his jacket, right? Of the drapery on his jacket. It's just sublime. This person really knows how to draw. Really knows how to draw. Exceptionally well. He's foreshortening the arm here like this. Now I've kind of stuck a little bit to my construction, which is a little bit wrong. A little bit too far out. So I'm going to have to change something here a little bit, but that's okay. I'll come back to that arm. So, let me very quickly just do this. Alright, that's probably gonna make it better. So essentially, once you have your representations of what it is you want to draw, you need to know what it is you're trying to draw. You need to have knowledge of the subject matter. So you've got to go through a process of familiarization of the things you are attempting to draw. Right? So now we've got his, I see, we've got the back of his leg is coming here, right? I'm too busy sticking to my construction, so this really should be more like this. There's more space. This is in line with this. Okay, so I didn't see here, right? Too busy talking. This is more in line with this. And I'm going to keep these shapes here so you can see what I'm doing. So this leg comes here like this. What a fantastic drawing this is, right? So let's see. This guy is flexible. I remember he does a style of fighting that was devised by the legendary Bruce Lee called Jeet Kune Do, the way of the intercepting fist. So this triangle that I made smaller is essentially there, but all of the things I pointed out to you are intact. So now we have his arm. So his arm comes down, and I'm going to adjust again. You see, it's all about making choice lines, and sometimes those lines are going to be in the wrong place, and sometimes they're not. So here I'm going to adjust just like that. And the important thing is never ever think that you've made mistakes or that you're doing anything wrong, because what you're essentially doing is going through that very important process that I talked about called familiarization, right? I'm familiarizing myself with the length of this guy's legs because they're unusually long, and I'm not used to drawing characters who have legs this long. It's the exaggeration of the style that I'm familiarizing myself with, so that once you're familiar with something, the challenge is no more, right? The challenge is gone. So now here, his arm here comes down and it is holding his shoe, right? So this arm holding the shoe. What a fun drawing. What a absolutely fun drawing. And by doing these drawings, unfortunately my brush is a little small. I'm going to make it a little bigger. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to waste time by going over the lines I just made. So when you zoom out and you draw with a small brush, you don't realize how faint the line is, right? So this foot bends like this. Oh, like that. So you can see that I'm just making shapes based on something that I know extremely well, which is human anatomy, which is what this character essentially is. He's a representation of human anatomy through a series of choice lines and shapes that we have termed to be Spike from Cowboy Bebop. The sooner you grasp this fact, is the sooner you will be able to improve your drawing, because then you'll start to say, okay, well, maybe I should start looking at the human figure. Now this is smaller. Maybe I should start looking at the human figure and learning these things. There's a lot of shadow in his garments, which I'm not going to put in. The shadow makes this drawing as well. We'll talk about shadow and light and shade some other time. But here I'm familiarizing myself with the model. He's got a big, nice, dark bit of shadow here, which is where his leg originates from. So this then comes down. Need to fatten my brush to save a bit of time. I'm gonna rush this foot because I feel I've kind of done what I've needed to do with this. Yeah, Steiglitz is happy. I'm gonna be animating this guy, Steiglitz. That's the whole point of me doing this. I'm gonna be animating him, doing a nice, simple. What we teach in the Basics Archive of Real Animator Training is simple front walk cycle. Okay, so that's the body shot of him. I'm gonna make that slightly smaller. Let's put that there. Okay, how are we doing? 1 hour 15 minutes. Okay. Now before I continue, I've been doing a lot of talking, and I've not really been making note to you of the things that I've been picking up about the character. So I'm gonna very quickly try to share with you what I've got. Okay, this is my own spike that I'm gonna make up. I'm gonna kind of draw him from the front view. I'm gonna do a few more of his body because I was talking too much. So okay, so this comes about halfway in. His ears are going to be here, right? So his body, I'm going to imagine, is something like this, right? So then he's going to have a shape like this, right? It's my own made up version. So his legs are going to be a slightly longer. Let's turn his leg out like this, right? That's the observation I've got, right? I'm just gonna have his arms. Let's have one arm here like this. Let's work the hip and shoulder a little bit, right? Let's have the other arm here like this, right? So I'm making this pose up. So now what I figure on top of this is he's got first and foremost, he's got the color of his outer colors, which are like this, right? So he's got outer colors which come out like this, and they come in like this. So that's my first kind of observation of that. And then he's got a shape like this, which has another color which I need to research a bit more, which comes across here like that. Then all of this kind of bit, it kind of like is where it joins. Maybe he's got two buttons here, I don't quite know. I'm gonna have to go back. So now he's got this very kind of I love doing this kind of business suit kind of thing, I don't know, like, so he's got like rolled up sleeves, which enables some really nice kind of bunching to occur on his garments like this. So then again here, if I'm gonna find his roll up sleeve. So this is my first takeaway of the kind of drawings that I've done. Now a good thing to do here is you think about the folds that exist between here, then you kind of think about the one fold coming here and then put it round on the other side and bring it out there like that, so you can get some nice bunching, right? I'm not going to spend too much time on his arms, right? It's just I'm going more on his outfit, right? So this then comes to the middle, right, where the center line occurs. Now here's where his trouser buckle is, where we get a little bit more out like that. So we've got a line going this way and a line going this way for this middle section where the rib cage and the hips are. So that's what I'm kind of making out about his clothes at the moment, right? So we've got this. Now I'm not really going to be doing his legs, but I'm just going to talk a little bit about it. He's got his trouser kind of joins a little bit low, and he's got what I call ankle swingers, which I wouldn't have really associated with a cool dude, but so he's kind of got like high trousers like that, and I'm not sure about his boots, but it's a good job that I'm not really doing his feet in this animation that we're planning. I don't have enough material. But this is kind of my initial takeaway. Now I'm going to make up the face, right? I'm not going to look at any of the other faces for my own sake. Now I remember this is going to be longer like this, right? His eyes kind of come down like this, right? With these over things. Then his nose comes to one side with a thing like this, right? With this kind of. Now we've got hair, this, and they kind of come down like a triangle, more so the sideburns on hair, right? Now we're gonna divide this. We're gonna come, probably it's gonna be a bit nicer than that, so it's gonna come out, 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 out. There'll be maybe 1, 2 hair. I'm rushing this aspect of his hair because I'm kind of confident with it, right? And then there's a little bit maybe going behind his head. Okay, so that's all from memory so far. Little bit big on the legs, so that's my first go from the drawings that I've made from my memory of his model. 1 hour 22 minutes. The actual walk cycle is not going to be difficult. So most of the stream I'm taking up at this time, and I will have some fun showing you. Okay, let's just do 2 more drawings. I'm going to do another drawing. This is probably the drawing where his walk cycle, I'm going to be doing the walk cycle from a mid shot like this. It'll just make it a little bit. This doesn't feel like a proper drawing. This feels more like a bit of fan art. But I like the clothes. The clothes are good, right? So let me take my model for the clothes and see if I can apply it with this, right? So this comes off to the side. I'm just more so interested in his clothes than anything, right? So this is hair. This collar comes here like that. This is the more about his clothes. He's got a tie, okay? These collars, whoever drew this image, I don't really rate the way they did his collars, right? His collars are going to come here like this. Going to come out and down like that. And the other one will come up. And his neck is going to fit in there, right? So I've just drawn from his clothes because that's all I'm interested in. And again, it doesn't matter. We were talking about mastery and how to be a great at drawing. You can see when you get to a certain level, you can pretty much start anywhere. It really doesn't matter. As long as, remember, I'm saying these things and I'm deliberately saying them in a certain way that might make it sound like I'm really, really oh yeah, this is easy, this is shit. Anybody can do this. Because I want to create that impression in your mind that yes, it is easy. Anybody can do it, and it's not beyond you. You can most certainly draw to this speed and to this efficiency and to this level if you learn the real things, the right way, right? It's not difficult, right? So I made this drawing of his jacket. I'm not sure what I like about this. Again, I'm not sure if this is a piece of fan art. They've really kind of played with the drapes of his clothing, his trousers, like that. So here, not so much of a fan the way they've drawn his sleeves here. I think I like the way they did it. I'm gonna leave that. It looks better just as an outline. It looks a bit clunky and ugly. I'm not sure if this is an official Cowboy Bebop artwork. It looks a bit lame compared to some of the other drawings I've seen, but it serves its purpose for what I want of it. It has, maybe this is some talented deviant artist who's fooled me for a split second, because so I'm looking at it, it's a little bit naff, but it serves its purpose for the what I'm trying to do with the understanding his clothes. Yeah, I don't really know what the heck this guy's done with this arm, right? Maybe he hasn't got his sleeve rolled down, but again, it's more about the again, this now is very off model to the things I've seen, but then again, I've seen many things that are even in the show that are inconsistent. But let's just copy this face one more time. One thing that I like, which I might include in the walk cycle, is this cigarette in his mouth. But then again, if I do that, maybe somebody's gonna flag my stream for promoting smoking. I don't know. It's we live in a strange world today where, you know, I could be joking, but I might not be. I mean, you just don't know what's gonna happen. Any slightest things that seemed okay when I was a kid, I can understandably some of them, but things like a guy with a cigarette in his mouth, I don't see how that should offend anybody. I mean, but anyway, there you go. I don't smoke. I can't stand smoking myself, but I don't care if somebody wants to light one up. Good luck to them. I mean, so I don't know. That was an idea, but truly, I just don't want my stream to be flagged. So I'm not going to put I'm studying the character. He has a cigarette. We're making a study of the character. So in this drawing, I guess I can do it. But I originally had a plan to animate him with it in its mouth, but maybe not. I don't want to get cancelled for that. So you never know. Right, so this comes up, and this guy hasn't really drawn his hair particularly big, which kind of takes away from the model a little bit. Okay, and as I've been piecing it together and not really looking, I've made his head just a little bit too big. Right, let's put it down there. That's more like it. Strange drawing, but it will suffice. Okay, so that's this image. All right, and I'm just going to do one more. Okay, this image again looks like a piece of deviant art, so I'm going to ignore it. I'm not going to do it. I have enough. Okay. So the next stage, we are going to go about animating this character. Some of you will know what this is as a member of the audience asks me to animate a character of their choice. Last time it was Bonkers the Bobcat from Disney TV, so you saw I made these studies of Bonkers the Bobcat, and then I proceeded to do this piece of animation after it. The other one was One Piece. Somebody asked me to animate the One Piece character. So I made these studies of this Luffy guy, and I animated this very much in the anime style. And she said, "What the fuck was that?" Okay, no, never mind. And he said, "I don't know, it's just some man thinking he can animate," right? So and he says, "Well, I didn't think it was too bad." Okay, right. So anyway, let's the next half of the stream will be animating this Spike from Cowboy Bebop. But I've really enjoyed familiarizing myself. Now, before I jump into the next half of the stream, I'm going to come into the chat. Before I come into the chat, I'm going to tell you all about Real Animator Training. Real Animator Training is the world's best learning resource in the craft of hand-drawn animation, created by none other than me. You've seen how badass I am. You've seen how easily it is to draw and animate, and I've demonstrated everything. And I share everything I know with you in this training library. Now, this isn't just a case of videos like this. This is what I call edutainment. You're having fun. You're watching me do stuff. You're having fun. You're watching me do stuff. I'm chatting away. I'm doing stuff too fast for you to... You might get tips. The self-taught artist might think this is absolute gold and then go away and try and do it themselves and fail miserably. So I don't call this a course, okay? This is what I call edutainment, right? It's very demonstrative. You can read all this information, watch all these videos, listen to all the testimonials about how great this place actually is. If you don't need any convincing, which why should you when you're watching this stream, you can go and click on Join Now. The training archives are where it's all about. These archives are where you're going to follow me. You can either get them in bundles and save yourself tons of money. We're talking like in this bundle, you can save yourself over 1,000 USD. Okay, in this bundle, you can save almost over 600, almost 700 USD. So basically, these are step-by-step follow-along archives where there is no "I'll watch him and try it my way." Let's face facts. This is called Real Animator Training for a reason. It hasn't worked for you your way, and it never will, which is why you need to put your trust, your faith in somebody who really knows how to do this and who really knows how to improve you and take you further. For example, we can watch this stream here. You can see where I took a self-taught guy just like you to this level, where he's animating his own films now, and this is the quality of his animation. If somebody like Travis can do it, why not you? So there's also other people here, not just Travis. Who else have we got? We've got Aaron, who did a film for the Dalai Lama. Okay, he went on to get a job. We've got this person who's been in the archive for just in the training library for around 2 years now, and this is the kind of work she's producing. You show me a university college student that is coming out producing hand-drawn animation to that level, you know, maybe one or two, but how much have they paid in comparison to what I'm charging, which is the equivalent of a child's Christmas present, okay? So you got to follow along step by step. You got to, you know, the training archives, you got your basics, you got your intermediate, you got your advanced, you've got your anatomy, this is the human skeleton, and you got your animation pick up and play lectures. So that's the training archive. Now, some of you might enjoy this material, okay? You might enjoy stuff like this. Now, a lot of these excuse me, these particular these particular videos are free on YouTube at the moment. Those, but in here, there's exclusive stuff. There's animation sessions. You watch me animate various different scenes. There's breakdowns, and this is all priced at edutainment range. Okay, it's not training material, so it's a lot fairly priced. This is the hefty priced one because it's 56 live streams. You watch me animate a film to this level of animation. You watch me basically animate almost 2 minutes of animation in over 56 live streams from start to finish. You watch this film being made, okay, to that level of animation, which is better than the animation in Cowboy Bebop. If you really are honest with yourselves, you might like the drawing, but the animation in Cowboy Bebop kind of sucks. And I'll prove you how easy it is in a second. Okay, so you can go to the edutainment archives and watch how all of this is done. And yeah, so there's something for everyone. Okay, so that's the Real Animator Training Library, the world's best learning resource in the craft of hand-drawn animation. What I'm going to do now, before I start animating the Spike character walking in a front walk cycle, I'm going to go and just see you people, lovely people on the chat, involve you in the live stream. So it's not just about what I'm doing. Let's see what you are doing. My insecurities is destroying me. Every time I draw, it bothers me, but my drawing isn't perfect. Well, that's just simply perfection. Perfect is the lowest thing to aim for because nobody hits perfect. Okay, the minute you think you've hit perfect, a flaw will stand out, or you'll go one better. So perfect is like setting a goal that you know you're never going to achieve, so you can just lie back and not bother even trying. So a lot of people who are self-proclaimed perfectionists may unintentionally be sabotaging any significant growth that they want to have. And then they play this mental game of I'm a perfectionist and I'm never satisfied and whatnot. So think about that. Maybe just set yourself goals that you know that you can accomplish. I know that I can be better. I can be a great artist. I know that my drawing is going to be fantastic. I know that my animation is amazing. These are easy goals. Okay, perfection is, you know, you're attempting to reach something that can never be. Silver Sun, how are you doing? Charlene Giles, Zentron. I noticed with some anime shows and children Disney cartoons in the 90s where some characters were drawn off model. That's because they're often sent to the other studio. The most famous one is Bruce Timm designed the Scarecrow for Batman the Animated Series, and the Japanese studio didn't like his model and changed it. And I actually preferred their changed version to his. And yeah, it was completely different. I wonder what happened to the studio. The sounds. Okay, Life Fantasy's back talking about her training, which is good. So is it safe to say that location and set inside the set within the location? Yeah, I mean, you could think of it like that. Okay, so that's it. We've had a look at the chat. There's not much being said. No questions, further questions asked. So let us now proceed to animate this dude. Okay, so 1 hour 38 minutes. Let's see what I can do in half an hour, where I am in half an hour. Right. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a new scene, and I will worry about that later. First, I'm gonna do something. First, I'm just gonna do a simple. I'm gonna go from memory of what I think this guy's construction is, right? And let's try and be with the character, right? This is let's try and be in with the character. Let's keep his hands in his pockets, right? I like this vibe. Okay. So actually, what I'm going to do, I've made enough information for me to know. I've got enough information for me to know. I don't really need to refer to these drawings. That's what the first half of the stream was for. Okay, let me make that blue. When I'm feeling blue, all I have to do is take a great big... Anyway, right. So then I'm going to take... Let me take all of these. Right. And stick them around here for my reference. So what am I doing? I'm doing basically what us hand-drawn animators used to do with the Xerox machine and stick reference images on our board, right? Okay. So let's first think about the... Let's have a front walk cycle. He's got his hands in his pockets. He's kind of laid back, right? So this is going to be the contact pose, right? Like this. Right. The other one is going to be there. I'm just going up to his knees. He's got long legs. Long legs. He's got long legs. With a many a knobbling knee. Right, so that's that. Another image I might want to look at, because I like the top color, is just the top of his jacket here. Right. I like that. Because now I'm getting into character, you see? I'm not just doing a wooden walk cycle, the typical shit that you know, we remember the poses. I'm putting him into his personality, and I am attempting to animate this cool dude. Would be cool if he had that in his mouth, but I'm not going to risk it. Right. Right, so now I'm going to think about... Okay, so this is actually the shoulder is going to be going this way and this arm's going to be going back, right? Because this leg is forward and this leg is back. So I need to think about the mechanics of the walk, right? So here we're being a little bit more... So this arm will be coming back on itself, but the forearm will be foreshortened. So the shoulders will be turning here, but this hand will be in front of this hand, which will be kind of going back on itself with the shoulder foreshortened. These are the things I'm thinking about. The chest will be rotating this way, right? These are the things that I've got to think about before I start drawing Mr. Cowboy Bebop on model and getting too excited about that, right? These are the things I need to think about. I'm going to have another go. I'm going to do the next contact pose. All right. So let's do all this very in the usual way, right? All right. So we're going to reverse on this side. Like this. Alright. So this will be turned this way. The head will kind of be more... Let's play with the head a little bit. Let's have his head more to this side. Now his head will be more to this side. Right. It's going to be a good cycle. Okay. Now his shoulder is going to be forward, but his arm's going to be back. Right? That's more like it. Now I've got something to work with here. And this shoulder is going to be back, but his arm is going to be more forward. Right? Right. So we're doing complex stuff. By having the hands in the pockets, it's actually not a cop-out when you're animating a walk cycle. Because we're playing with, this is going this way, but the hands, okay, are going opposite. So his upper shoulder is coming forward. His rear hand is going back because his leg is behind, right? This shoulder is going backwards, but his rear hand is coming, his forearm, his forelimb is coming forward because his leg is coming forward. You see? Super advanced stuff. Okay. So we got this, right? I like the hunching here. Maybe we need to hunch this side a little bit more. Turn this back. Alright. We'll figure that out. I'm gonna bring that up slightly. I'll figure that out. Right. Okay. Now I'm gonna do the pass position. Before I do that, I'm going to copy this layer, create a frame, paste the layer here, right? So one is going to cycle between there like that, right? So that's essentially what the walk is going to be. Now we're going to do the down, not the down, the pass position, right? So the pass position is where the real power of these front walk cycles is, right? So his pass position is going to come up to the side here like this, right? I'm going to come up to the side. Right. I'm going to have him kind of linger, give him really lazy quality to his walk, right? Just do that. Have his head here like this. Worry about the head later. So we'll come here. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, so that's the pass position on that side, right? So now we go do the pass position on the other side. Right? Boom. So that's gonna go over to this side. Right? Gonna be like lazy here. Now I'm not really gonna trace this one because that'll make it too symmetrical, and when we want to get to a high level we move away from doing that shit, right? So let me just do that. Play with this shoulder. The thing is the second time I get to do it, I get to really bum. You see, basically, real animator training, real animators or real animator training people in the audience, you kind of see where your fundamentals, you see what I'm building here. Any of you who've been through this basics archive, you see I'm going through exactly the same figure of 8 cycle that we talk about in real animator training basics, right? I shouldn't really need these on every frame, but it'll just be handy for me to glance. It makes the memory, lifts the memory, but there we go. So now this is what we have at the moment. These are our extremes, okay? I remember talking about extremes. These are not really all the extremes. I mean, the down could be an extreme, but so that's what we have at the moment, just to sway from side to side. We got to wait the cycle now. Okay, so let's do that. So I'm gonna bring his hips down to this way, right? He's gonna come stepping down, okay, like this. As he does so, maybe linger his movements even more. Put this arm even more, coming back up. I get to fiddle about with his limbs. That sounded a bit funny. Oh, I get to fiddle about with his limbs. Oh, hey. Yeah. There we go. I'm free. So this is going to be like this. I'm going to be maybe more out on this one. And come more out. Right. Going to put a slight lazy delay in his head here. Right. Should be more down here like this, but there'll be a bit of overlap. There we go. Right. So now we're going to do the down on the other side. Jump, 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 jump. Do the down on this side. So he's going to be, his hips are going to be more to here, which are going to straighten up. The pelvic box. Real animators in the audience. People who've been through the training. What does that tell you? Right? In fact, this should be more like this. Yeah. Perfect. Perfect. Well, I say perfect, but momentarily perfect. Going back to what I was saying to someone earlier, right? So then this is gonna be kind of coming more out on itself on this side, right? Of course, as I get to do it on the opposite side, I get to think more about the mechanics of the movement. It feels a little exaggerated at the moment, but that's what I want. Because when I start to draw the character, I can tone it down some. Gonna delay his head, dragged his hip just a little too much. Delay his head there. Okay. Just like this. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, we're missing the up. But this is just the essential mechanics, right? So very over the top at the moment, very strained in the pockets, but that's what I want because I'm going to tone it down as I start to go further, right? So as long as I've got these, everything I'm doing here, I'm asking questions. I'm saying I want his hand in his pockets. What are his limbs doing? And as I'm looking at it, it's not quite right, but I've asked the question, and as I draw over it, when I go for the next round, I will be able to pull it into place. If you don't ask the question, okay, and you play it safe, your work is always gonna be shit. Okay, just standard fare, right? So now the up for me is gonna be a lot of fun because it's a lazy walk, and I'm gonna have him kind of linger on the up before he clumps his foot down on the other side. Right, so this is going to come up here. Gonna maybe come more like this. Right. So the more I think about the body mechanics, right, so then this shoulder will have to be coming forward on itself, right? And this shoulder will be turning away from itself. So it's almost like a bit of squash and stretch in the shoulder there. You see, I'm deliberately exaggerating his limbs as I'm doing this because I want to convey the fact that his hands are in his pockets, and I want to convey the stress, the mood of his walk, right? The mood of this guy's walk will be more like this. So then again, this is going to be turning this way. This is going to be coming more up like this. Enough. Right. Akal the warrior has showed his face, has made his presence known online. Right, so now we can see what the up does. It lingers it a little bit. Now at the moment, when it's rough like this, it looks very exaggerated. But it's the feel. I want the lazy feel, and how we time it and where we put in our choice favors, because we're going to do anime timing, is going to make the world a difference. Alright, so let's now, 1 hour 56. Let's now start making sense of this guy. Now, I preferred this one to this one because it was my second go, so I'm going to do this key first, right? It's a better drawing. So I'm going to look at, and again, I'm not going to, I'm not necessarily going to be animating the character, oopsie, I'm not necessarily going to be animating the cat, drawing him all in at the moment. I'm going to be working with his anatomy, right? That's where I'm going to be going with this, right? So his shoulders are going to be like this. His chest is going to be in, right? I'm going to be thinking of his anatomy, but also thinking of his clothing to save time, right? So his hip is here. Okay, so the center line is here like this. His leg will be here. His other leg will be here like this, right? Yeah, that's looking like him, right? So now we've got the pockets. We got this pocket here and this pocket here like that. So let's think about this. So we've got this like this. This one is going to be turning back on itself like that. Okay. Right. That's good enough. Now we're going to think about his colors, right? Because they're going to act as the framework for what I'm doing here, right? So let me just frame that. Okay, that's where that is. Now his head. Okay. So this is as far as I'm taking the drawing at the moment, right? Now his head. Right. Gonna turn his head a little bit to this way. Let me look at these images. I remember. So his eye comes down like that. And I'll worry about drawing him more to model afterwards. At the moment, let's have his mouth like that. At the moment, that will do. That's pretty much his head anyway, right? Can start building all that around the side, but that will kind of do. Right. Let's pick that to be the angle. Yep. Okay. So that's the new kind of idea that I want for that. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to add a frame. I'm going to just duplicate this frame because for some reason it works better when I go back. I'm going to paste this in here so I can flip back and forth. Now get the feel for that pose a bit better, right? I'm wearing this character's skin now, right? So hair. Okay, so the middles be on this side. This comes in here. Probably a little bit too much turn. Want it more subtle than that. I'm gonna take away some of this exaggeration. Right. Then the iliac, his hair, but his real limb would be hair like this, center line here, his other limb will be back like that, right? Notice the landmarks of the pelvis. So the person who asked me about drawing, look, I know what my drawings represent, right? There's no ignorance here when I'm doing this. Now the pockets. So this pocket is further back. This pocket is to the front, right? So let's tackle this one first. Right, so this is going to be like that. It's going to be this here. This is going to be coming back on itself with the arm coming in like that. Right. So now we've got the collar area like this. Hair and the head on the other side. Again, not necessarily going to spend much time on getting the face model at the moment. There's too much to do. Right. That's enough. The thing is just to give yourself enough of a map and to keep flowing, to keep it moving. Right. That's what this is all about. Right. So there, I've now got my two poses of him walking there like that, right? So I can do away with that one. Right. And what I want to do is I'm going to find my passing position, right, before I do my downs and my ups. So I'm going to take these very important poses. I'm going to paste them here, just like pieces of paper. Note, doesn't matter what software it is, I'm just drawing and laying down my drawings between each other, right? That's all it is. So now we're gonna fiddle about with this one, right? So the passing position, we're gonna have his hip box right up here, right, with his leg straight, right there like this, right? And I'm gonna maybe almost play with the concept of his what's going on with his other leg in relation to the angle, right? But what we have is we now have a lean to the side, which I like, right? Notice I start with the hips, right? Even though this would be leveled out, right, it's gone this way, so I'm gonna play with his shoulders being still slightly down like that, right? This is the shape I'm playing with here, right? Leveling up this section here, here. So these torso is now kind of leveling up, right? So leveling up his torso. This is gonna be kind of like this, right? And this is gonna be leveling up. Maybe keep it slightly, put slight shoulder roll, circle the arc. This is kind of complex, what I'm doing. It's a little bit, I can't go into explaining it at the moment. So as we're bringing that in, we're keeping this shoulder still slightly rolled this way. Yeah. Right. Stern on the box. I'm gonna play with his head. Bring it this way. Like this. Thankfully, I've done enough drawing of him now to feel that I can kind of muck around a bit with his head, right? Like this, right? A little bit tall, a little bit big and beefy, but when I draw him in again, I'll worry about the size. I may as well, because I'm live, I may as well bring him down just slightly. Normally I would not bother. Okay. Yep, I can see that working. Okay, so I'm going to do away with that frame. I'm going to do away with that frame. Okay, down, up. Okay, bump, 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 bump. Yes, so now there's less of a exaggeration in the things as I'm starting to tighten this up. Okay, now we're going to do the same on the other side. So this is the passing position. So again, on either side of the passing position, I'm going to paste my, what is it, this one we had there? Yeah, that's that one, yeah. And then frame one. So this is literally like picking the sheet of paper off my pegs and placing it down where on the under the drawing I'm drawing. No software, okay? No shit. Right? Real drawing, animation, real skill. All right? Pay attention to that. So now here we're going to be doing this same deal on this side. So just put this here. Okay. Now what's happened here? Okay, that's where I made the error. Shit. Okay. Okay. Well, I can delete that. I put it in the wrong. We're coming out of this pose. Okay, so edit. I thought, what's happened there? We're coming out of that pose, right? So we don't want to come out of this pose. We've just come out of this pose, right? Right. So yeah, we're going back to the first pose, right? That makes more sense, right? So the hitbox will now be out to this side, right? And bring this up here, right? Again, this is no different. You're just seeing it. Real animators in the audience, okay? Real Animator Training Library members. You're just seeing this at a very high level, right? But it really is the same deal as to what you learn from the front walk cycle in the basics archive of the training library. Okay, that figure of eight, the pelvic, the twisting of the torso, all those kind of things, you know. It's still very much in here, right? So now this is going to be down this way. We're going to keep that shoulder roll on that side as we're leveling up. Right. Again, don't want him to hunch his shoulders like that so much. I'm going to turn off that. Right. I don't want him to shrug his shoulders too much as he walks. I want to keep that forward lean on the guy, but his hands are got to be working in his pockets. And notice how I'm not really looking at what I did on the other side, which is a little bit different to what we do in the basics. In the basics, I tell you to study what you're doing on the other side. It will have to add up. I mean, I will want to kind of like look at that and look at that, and it does kind of match, right? But you wanna be thinking your theories, right? So I don't want too much pull on his arm. I want still a little bit forward in his chest. So I'm correcting the anatomy here, toning down the thing, not pulling, having his arms pulling against his. So yeah, very much be more like this. Yeah. Okay, so again here. Bump, bump. So bump, bump, bump. Now his head leaned to this side here. I don't necessarily want it to lean to the other side, right? I might have it just come down on itself, put a little bit of weight on his hair here, right? Just have it like this. Again, I don't like what I'm done with the shoulder there. Don't want it like this. It's got to be a little bit more like that. That's better. Tone it down. This. Let's bring his head down on itself. Let's play with his head angle, even though I didn't really study low angles of his head. I'm a big boy. I think I'll be able to handle it, right? So let's do that. Brush is a little thick, but that's good enough. Okay. Again, I wouldn't normally bother doing this, but I'm gonna tone him down just very slightly. I would rather the action worked than the volumes, but because this is all live, yeah, so then in that case I'm going to bring this up just a little bit. Yeah, okay, so now I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to get rid of that, and I'm going to get this, and that's going to replace this. Alright, now I'm going to have a look at what we got as we've changed our contact pass. Charlene, always do the keys no straight ahead on this walk cycle. Okay, that's why I said training library members should know. So now you can see the exaggerated hips and shoulders in the down are really not fitting in at the moment as we've toned down those poses. But do not be mistaken. They are still very much, that theory which I've put in there is still very much going to be utilized as I start doing these next poses, but I'm not going to be so exaggerated on them, right? You always go big, and then as you draw, particularly when you get more anatomical, it starts to go down. Okay, I feel my brush is a little bit too thick at the moment. I think I can afford to bring it down a little bit. Okay, so what have we got here? We got pelvis. Pelvis is coming down and going this way, right? The pelvic box. All right, so he's hitting a down pose, right, with his legs, like that. That's what I want. That's what I'm more concerned about. So thus his pockets are going to be here, which is where I screwed up, why his arms look so exaggerated in that. Everything else is good. So then here we're going to have the rotation here like this. So the rotation is still going to occur like that. So this arm is now here, right? So this is going further back away from us, which I can really play with the bunching of the sleeve, right? And the hand is going to be in the pocket, right? This arm, this hand is in the pocket, right? But this is the upper humerus portion, right? Which is then going to be rotating at the radius and ulna at the joint here like this, right? It's more like the way it should be. Maybe I will tweak that afterwards as I'm understanding more about the body mechanics of the... Okay. So here I'm gonna put a little bit of delay on the character's face. Make sure my arc is there. Like this. That's all I need for the head. Look how more abstract I'm getting with his head, not even trying to draw the character. Remember the notes I made for myself at the beginning of the live stream? That's where these are going to come into play, right? So colors here like this. Okay, that's that. So we got bum bum bum. Yeah. So now I'm going to do the other down. Again, hair. Notice the hierarchy of positions. So this is coming down pelvic box hair. Coming forward. Pockets out hair, pockets back hair. Right, iliac's hair. Coming down. We're changing angle of this. Right. So this will be more like this. So more rotation this way. Right. Again, the pockets, the placement of the pockets are a big deal. And the direction of this will help sell the angle, right? Now this can play with the angle of the hand here. Like this. Boom. Yeah, that's nice. A lot more subtle. That's what we want. Right. Colors here. Now what's his head doing? Okay. So here the head, I might bring the head out just a little bit. Again, this is, I'm really playing with the arcs of different aspects of the character's head. So while the essential figure of 8 arc is happening in the body and the torso, it's also going to be happening in the head, but I'm doing very different things with the guy's head a little bit. So which is why I'm getting more and more abstract with his head. 2 hours 22 minutes. Copper Star, what got me into animation? What wanted me to become an animator? I always loved drawing when I was a kid. My mom always encouraged me to draw when I was a little kid. And then when I was around about 6-7 years old, I got into reading Asterix books. I don't know if people in America know much about Asterix. It's a very European thing. Actually, it really educated me on European history. I knew a lot about the money people used to use in Roman times, sestertii and things like that. And then I saw Disney's Sword in the Stone when I was about 8 years old. And I used to want to write my own Asterix books, comics. Then I saw Disney's Sword in the Stone and it looked like an Asterix book moving. And I thought, wow, I want to do that. I want to make my drawings move. And that was it. Okay, so now even at this state, you're seeing how nice this cycle is starting to look, how more natural that walk cycle's looking. I didn't expect it to look that good. Okay, right, so I still thought I'm going to still adjust the ups. The ups will need adjustment. They're a little bit exaggerated, but let's adjust the ups, and then I may start working mixing up with a bit of straight ahead as I start putting it on model, just to save time. Okay, so let's now do the exchange in the ups. So I want this guy lingering yeah. So again, here I'm gonna almost be like a favor, right? But we're playing with that hip, right? Playing with this box here, right? So this is kind of straight. This one will kind of be coming up on itself to come through, right? Right, like that. Bum 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 bum. Needs to be higher. Shut up. I selected the red. Right. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Then as this is gonna be his straightening up, okay, before going to the other side. So I'm gonna play with this shape, right? Gonna play with this. You see how the front delts come to this is why anatomy is so important. Listen up. You got your clavicle, you got your sternum here, you got your clavicle here, right? You've got, coming around the back of the clavicle, you've got your scapula here, right? And it connects to the head of the clavicle, right? Why am I telling you all of this, right? Scapula is the shoulder blade and the shoulder bone, right? Now, your shoulders have got three heads on them: anterior, lateral, and posterior. This portion of the clavicle is where the front part of your shoulder muscle goes, right? And this portion, it's also where along your sternum, your upper pectoralis minor and then pectoralis major comes on all this portion, right, of the sternum, the muscles, the shoulders and the chest. This portion of the clavicle, also this portion of the clavicle, is where your trapezius goes around from the back, all around, and wraps around to the back of your head, right, like this. Then you have this front neck muscle which comes here, right, and the inside neck, right? So this portion of the clavicle is extremely important if you ever want to get any good at animation. You ever want your stuff to look naturalistic, sliding shapes about is never going to cut it. Okay? It might cut it if you're happy with the mediocre, with the lame, with the trash, right, that we see today. But if you want to really be good at the work, then you have to make the effort to understand, to study, okay, to know these things. If you don't want to know these things and you're satisfied with being mediocre, with half-assing it, then that's fine. But then don't, if somebody calls your work out, don't try to defend it, because you know what it is. That's what it is. You know, it's ignorance. The best animators, the real animators, their work is always informed. informed with this stuff, right? Informed with this stuff. So a little bit of tug going on here. I will tone this drawing down just a little bit. And I kind of like the tug. I don't know, maybe this gives him some sense of attitude with this lazy hanging head. It's not just about the image of the character. It's not just about these poses. It's also about the timing of where we shove the breakdowns, right? So I'm going to roll his head high up here. Right. Boom, bum, bum, bum. Feels a little bit telescopic in the neck. Let's keep a little bit of that hunched shoulder even in the up. Okay. Let's keep a little bit of that. Let's tone it down. Alright, yeah. Good. Bum, 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 bum. That's better. That feels nice and lazy. Right. Let's do it on the other side. Right. Let's go in for the lazy walk. So again, it's about knowing what's happening to the hip box. The hip box is going to be straightening out like this before coming down. It'll be up here. Going to be shunting a little bit to the side. Bringing that leg up. Right. It'll be coming over before coming down. Right. Again, we're kind of straightening up here on the up. So I'm focusing on the straightening. Look, here's the clavicle. What's his shoulders doing? Right. Let's sort this pocket out. Right. So I want to keep those shoulders a little relaxed. They were a little too hunched, they were a little too forced in the other set, which I will tone down. So never stop to fix things at this stage, okay? If it's not working, it's beyond fixing, throw it in the dustbin and start again. Alright? Principles, fundamentals are everything. You should be able to build on these things as you go. If you cannot, don't waste time. Abandon, abort, start again. Right? This is the secret to getting things, to getting better. Do not try to save. If you've eaten shit, you're going to want to shit it out or vomit it out, and you don't want to hold on to it, right? You don't want to, if you're sick, you don't want to keep feeling the sickness. You want to feel that improvement. So if you know something is just too messed up as you're doing it, throw it away. Don't try to salvage anything, right? Start again. Okay, so here are our 2 steps that we have put in there. Frilled Mayfly. Frilled Mayfly has made her presence known. So there, now we see a very kind of anatomical cycle of a guy walking with his hands in his pockets, which has got nice attitude to it. Okay, it's still a little over exaggerated in places for me, but you can see where we're going with this, right? And that was done in about, I started it at about, it took me about an hour to block out these keys. We've been streaming for 2.5 hours. We studied this guy for maybe the first hour and 15 minutes. We've had about 15 minutes of chit chat, maybe a bit more. So now we block this out in an hour, right? So you and I both know that that's badass, that that's great, and it can only get better and better and better. Or if you don't know what you're doing, you could start off with something like this and then your drawing's shit and you'll kill it. Which is why you got to make sure you're a good animator and you're a good draftsman. Because there ain't no way a good draftsman alone is going to get a nice movement like this. There's so much going on here in this cycle. Okay, now let me start to think about putting this guy a little bit to model. Okay. So, I'm just going to do a straight ahead run on this to save time. And then, if I so desire, if there's enough time, I will then I will show you how to make it even better by going back to pose, if need be, right? Many times, if you're good enough, you can pull it off with the straight ahead at this stage, but I've left some of these drawings a little rough. Okay. Okay. Let's start. Now I'm going to just pick my head. Even though this one is the most off model, it's the one I like. This was actually the only one I did from the show. Well, this one was from the show as well. So I'm going to put that right there. So I can really, really look at that as I'm working. That's going to help me with do things. Right. I've also already got the guy's collar kind of there. Have I got another image of the guy's clothing that's going to help me? Okay. I'm just going to take this. Right. Come on. God, I just copied it. Don't crash on me. If this crashes on me, okay, let's hit save. Right. Why is it doing that? I see why it's doing that. Let's just reset the view. I'm going to put this, paste that in, bring that right down. Let's make that a bright red so I can see it. All of this is going to help me. Quick time. Draw this character on model. Right. A character that I've only ever drawn once before on a live stream at someone's request. I'm now going to do a piece of animation that outclasses most. And that's why I love doing what I do. Effortlessly. Live for you to enjoy. Right. Never apologize for your skills. Okay? Never apologize for your skills. You don't apologize for working hard and being great. Just because others, you're not saying you're superior to anyone, you're just patting yourself on the back. I believe there's a lot of self-loathing that's encouraged by society that has led to a lot of mental breakdowns for people who are destined for greatness, right? And each and every one of you who watches me, I believe that you have greatness in you, potential greatness, right? And one of the best ways, I like that half-eyed expression. Let's try to make him half-eyed expressions. One of the things I think is important is don't shoot your mouth off, but praise yourself. Praise yourself regularly, right? Because if you don't see what you are capable of and you don't pat yourself on the back, no one else will. And even if they do, you'll find it hard to take. Because what that is, that's a subconscious thing within you that doesn't accept that you have what it takes. That doesn't see yourself as being great. And it's not you. It's not your fault. You've been conditioned to believe that. You've been conditioned to think that way, right? And that's bad. So it might seem like I'm talking irrelevant stuff, and you're saying, well, I like this guy's content, but I don't want to be an arrogant fuck, or I don't like or agree what he's saying. That's okay. Small things at a time. But no matter how good you get, because I've been there and done that, you're gonna self-sabotage yourself if you don't believe in yourself, and if you're all the time apologizing for yourself. Oh, it was nothing. You're really good. Oh, it was nothing. It wasn't nothing. It was a lot of heartache, a lot of hard work, a lot of sacrifice, a lot of personal time and effort which you were willing to put in that no one else was, right? That got you to where you've got. So be proud of it, right? Be proud of what you've achieved, and always humble in not the fake sense of, oh, it was nothing, but humble in the sense of knowing that wherever you are, you can always be more, you can always be better, right? And you can always learn something from someone, right? Regardless of where they are, right? I'm learning from all of you guys who come to my live streams. You guys are saying, look at this character, look at this character, you'll like this character, do that character. That's exactly where we're going with this, right? We're looking at the character. We're animating something. I'm animating something I would never bother animating, right? Something that I would previously say was beneath me to animate, all right? Out of ignorance and arrogance, right? But there, I'm learning from all you guys. I'm learning to see the value in these kind of shows, this kind of work. It's not all shit, all right? I know that. So now the color is gonna open out here like this, and I'm enjoying the way this guy has drawn the color. So that's gonna come around. I'm gonna mimic that on the other side like this. This is where I'm gonna get my first initial feel. Then we're gonna start putting the character in on top. Okay, so this turns this way, so I'm gonna use this line to represent the angle of the body that I want the character turning on. Let's put the die here like that. I could draw the die better, but I think that's enough. Okay, then here we've got this, right? With his sleeves like that, right? It's looking good. So then here we're gonna come in, we're gonna get the turn of his garment. Now this is where his leg, we gotta really know and understand how garments fold, right? As we're doing his leg here like this, right? I'm gonna put that there. So that will create that. I remember when we made the study, this countering there like that. Thank you, Dylan Draws. I wanted him to have this lazy look about him, this weary look. I've only seen one episode of this show, and it was the first episode. And I like the way he gets up early in the morning to do his training. But there's something kind of tired about the character that I like. Like he's a confident guy, but he's kind of like tired with his position. All right, now I'm gonna use a bit of artistic license on the sleeves because I think I can. All right, let's play with the bunching of that. It's gonna be more like that. Okay, it's a little badly drawn. Let's make it nicer. Right, there we go. And that'll come in more up there like that. That angle will then be changed, because that will be more like that. Right. That's it. Here, one of the things that really makes this character, which I don't want to screw up, is the amazing draftsmanship and drapery of the character. So we want to kind of keep that going. Right there, that looks kind of good to me. I'm gonna have his sleeve is gonna be more like this, coming around. I'm gonna keep it this rough. I don't think I have time to do any tidier. Okay, so really you want to understand what the hand is doing here, but I'm cheating this hand. Maybe it looks good like that. Okay, maybe that gives it a bit of form. Similarly, let's play with this. One thing Animate does really, really well is play with the drapery, so let's do that. Right, let's do that. Okay, I'm liking that drawing. That drawing is done. Don't need that, and I don't need them. Okay. Right. And I'm gonna erase the rough. So there's the, oh, my cat is wanting. Wait a second, I've just got to give my cat some biscuits. Okay, darling. Just wait. Here, look what we got here. Okay. You eat that. Right? That's a good girl. Okay. Right, sorry about that. So you can see how we're transitioning in just under 3 hours. I could have walked in an animation studio and out animated everyone else. Now I am being a little bit playing to a certain character. Okay, now I'm gonna go in a straight ahead sense here. I'm gonna go and think about what I want. I'm gonna undo no next panel, so I'm gonna go here like this. Gonna bring his head with a slight upward lean on it. Right. Not gonna bring it too down. So real animators in the audience, aka the people who are studying from the Real Animator Training Library, you will notice the same thing we do in the front walk cycle, which is the head angle, right, coming slightly up. And I'm turning his head to the side a little bit, which is subtle. Okay, subtle turning of his head to the side, making it a slight front 3/4. Right. Now again, here I know what I can do with this angle will change. I'm gonna play with a bit of follow through on his hair, possibly. Right. Have this slight bit of the ear show hair. So if his hair is coming down, then these are gonna come up a little bit, right? Like this. And it's gonna be turning a little bit to the side, like that. And this one's going to be turning a little bit away from us. Right. Over to this side. Right. So there we see the formula of the head. It's a little bit off, but it'll do, you know. You can see the way I pulled this thing more and more to model as we've been going. So now the neck and the collar is gonna be in here. So I need to think about the rotating of his collar, right? So I need to think less about drawing to model, and if it means I have to get a little bit rough, then so be it, because now things are turning the other way, right? So this collar is turning this way. Maybe it's straightening up on itself a little bit, like this. And it's turning out to the other side. We want to keep that hunched look. And of course, this is going very, very in the realms of straight ahead, which is not necessarily how we want to go, because I can see that he's a little lopsided here. So I'm going to bring him a little bit this way to match that. Right. His tie is going to be turning hair like this. Then we've got this shape, right? Again, I'm going to use this line to help the angle of everything. Okay, this is going to be hair. Let's add a little bit of texture to this collar. Let's have it flapping up a little bit. It wouldn't really be flapping that much. Okay. This will be a bit thinner. Let me fatten that brush. This side. So we're rotating this. So there's more of I'm really trying to get the rotation in this guy, right? Which is what needs to be done. Okay. So then this will come up like that. That's what we're looking for, right? Bit of inconsistency in his chin. We want that chin to be that thin width hair, right? That's going to help you find those things out. Keep those balances safe. Now this is got to be mindful of his jacket's coming back on itself. His arm is coming down. So I'm toning down a little bit what I had, right? Like that. Now the sleeve is rotating back on itself, right? So this is where the real challenge is conveying that change of direction in the anatomy of the arms, right? Then the wrist bend, so the wrist would be here like this, the pocket out like that. So going straight ahead with this, right? It's not an ideal thing to do, but otherwise it's too easy to do it the formulaic way, which I do it with the pose to pose. So I'm enjoying the challenge. I'm losing a little bit of mass here. It's because I made this color just a little bit too big. If he's turning that color away from us, it should ideally be more like this, right? Right. See a bit of that side. Now this is where we need to think about this shoulder turning towards us. The anatomy of this. Would be changing just a little bit. Maybe I want to keep that angle. It's a little dramatic. Yeah. Can do it this way. Right. So now his arm would be rotating this thing would bend in the middle, right? And this thing would be this shape. Then this would come out with a little bit of his thumb coming out of the pocket, just a little bit. Okay, so we've got this, right? Again, it'll do. Not so sure about this pose here. But let's just keep it up. I'll adjust this pose as I go. Let's keep this going. Okay. So as he's come up, I'm gonna bring his head shape down up. His eyes are just a little too much. Now I'm not gonna make him blink because it's a cycle. So I'm just gonna kind of like keep him as is, right? Right. Yes. Keep his eyes, keep his nose angle. Animate is very friendly with the noses. You can get away with murder. Like that. Okay. So he's got a little too much of this. I don't want it getting too long. I'm looking at this drawing here. All right. Now these aspects of his hair, which maketh the character. So again, I'm going to play with the follow through and overlap. So this would come down on itself. We want to have the middle turning this way. Just coming down. See, the danger of going straight ahead is you could start to wander from the character model, even though I've got these images by me, because you're flipping and rolling, right? It's almost not quite, but then that's what going back and refining, clean up, and all these things is all about. Let me just bring this in here. These eyes are not quite what we had here. Remember, his eyes tend to angle down on themselves. That's more like it. Yeah. Yeah, now you can see the drag in his head going on there as well, like the going on. And just, it's nice, but I'm just going to tone it down just a little bit. It's not that kind of animation. Okay. So now here, we're going to bring him up on himself. Gonna look at this and this. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a frame here. I'm gonna paste this dude in here. So I'm gonna be able to flip forwards and backwards. And I'm gonna turn on my onion skin now of the next panel, so I can see that. Now why am I seeing too many lines? Never mind. I'll just flip this way and this way to test. Okay. How are we doing for time? 3 hours. Okay. No, we'll make this a 4-hour stream. All right. Those of you who are up for this, I think you'll enjoy this. Yeah. So let's have the color coming here. The other color is around here. I'm trying to really keep the angle of this, but it's got to relate to this drawing as well, right? That's one of the things you do when you tie down. So even if I'm being like straight ahead, I'm making sure that one of the things I'm doing is it relates, right? These drawings relate. You don't want to drift too much. So now he's kind of straightening up a little bit. So This is not what we want. We want him to be kind of straightening up a little bit, which is where we were kind of a little bit off there. Now let's look at that. Yeah. So this needs to come more center as we open. You see the center line and the straightening up of his collar is where we get the subtle twists in the character, right? The subtle twists are where we really accentuate the anatomy in this thing, right? Make sure that the guy is still the same thinness, right? He needs to be. Oopsie, I missed these things out. Not hard, just treat them as one rectangle and break them up, right? It's a little bit, I should have done them like that there. In fact, why don't we? Right? It's a nice formula to make it easier. I was familiarizing myself with the model, so I didn't really do that. Right, so then again here, what we're going to do is we're going to do that. Little room for squash and stretch if you want, but I'm not so fussed. Right. And around here is where the connection point of those sleeves are, like that. So that all adds up, which is good. Right. Okay. So now this, yep. So we're gonna play with this. So as he brings this through, it's gonna be more like this shape, and this is gonna straighten up, making more of a triangle appear here, right? So this is, you've always got to think about what's happening with your characters. This pocket's gonna be up, right? This is now gonna be coming through. This leg is gonna be straightening up somewhat. To be mindful of his leg width. Yeah. There we go. Just like that. Pocket is going to be straightening up to this side. I may have to revise that as I go, but I'm kind of happy with just putting it there. Okay, now let's talk about these arms. I want them to relate to this drawing, but I'm going to be flipping back and forth with the other drawing as well, so we don't lose structure. So the sleeve is going to be straightening up. Like this. Yeah, that's good. And this is where this is going to be. So now we're going to add an extra line in here like this, if we so want, for the garments. Right. And we're going to play a little bit with the hands, right, coming back there like that. All those little effects make the pocket seem more real, right? help sell the illusion. I'll bring this here like that. And come in. Let's look at that. That works. Okay. Here like that. Let's create a bit of a thumb in there like that. Okay, so that's that one down. Right, so there we can see where this is going, right? Can do away with that frame. Now, before I go ahead and do this frame, no, let's do it. Let's do it. Okay, let's do the same thing. Let's do the whole thing straight ahead. It's not gonna be as good as I'd want if I did it pose to pose, but we're having fun, right? It's nothing serious, just a bit of play. Right, so let's linger in this position very slightly. Okay. This pocket will be coming forward as that knee is coming up. Right. Head. Okay. Now I already know I want his head lower. It's too high. We're toning it down some. Right, I'm gonna play straight with this head hair. Right. We're gonna turn it. This is gonna help me keep the consistency so I don't keep wandering around with this, right? So let's have a slight up angle on it. This, there we go. The nose is going to change. Going to see a little bit of the bottom side of it. Never cut out your head and trace it and slide it around. That's what people who can't draw and can't animate do, right? Because the head, even when it's not very expressive, is still your opportunity to really, the people are going to look at the character's face, and unless the animation is so bad and he's moving awkwardly, they're not going to notice all of the nice things like the walk and all the weight and the thing that makes it good animation. They're going to feel that, but they're going to be looking at this guy's face, right? And if all it looks at is one flat drawing that's just sliding about, it's a sorry piece of work. You can put as good animation in there as you like, but you think what it does is it just advertises that guy can't draw that character's head. That guy has inconsistency problems. And I don't buy the fact that he's trying to save time. Because granted, if you're on a TV show and you're being paid jack shit, you might want to save time. But none of you guys learning or doing your own work have got that excuse. Unless you just want to crank out shit for social media, right? Which I advise against. Crank out good stuff for social media. This is me cranking stuff out, right? I get it. To a juvenile, 4 hours is a long time, right? I'll give them a lifetime to animate what I do in 4 hours on this stream. Ain't gonna happen. Right, so we'll have, his head is already getting too big, so I'm gonna revise what I did for his hair there. So now it's turning on itself, so we're gonna do some follow through, an overlap of the hair turning on itself. And it's more up of an up angle now. Right. Not always ideal to try and animate the follow through and overlap straight ahead when you're still doing the other stuff, but that's what makes these streams fun, right? Is getting all that right. Okay, this is gonna save time for me, which is not ideal, but there we go. Right, and this is a little bit over to this side. We're swapping the front 3/4 angle like that. Right. So we've got this here. Right, now I've done that, I can also see that generally it's just a little bit on the big side. Again, I strongly advise against people who are trying to learn to be worrying about volume at this stage, right? I'm on a live stream, I'm demonstrating stuff, I want it to look a certain way. This is not really the time to be worrying about that stuff, right? So now I'm just gonna be working. Okay, so here his colors are gonna be more up like this. Perfect. It's almost like I'm animating back into that pose, and in a way I kind of am, because we're going to be coming into the contact pose, but off the other side, which I haven't done yet. And I'm going to be referring to that particular drawing. Right. So this is going to be out to that side. It's a little too much. So a little too much. Trying not to keep his colors even, because that's in the model. We don't keep colors even. But at the same time, so this is now perhaps too high. Maybe then I move this up a little bit so that adds up nicely. Yeah, that works. It would be cool if he had that in his mouth, right? That's what I originally envisaged. Right. I keep forgetting this part of the tie. Right. So now we're kind of straightening this guy up a little bit. So let's bring this in. There. Almost through one step. Drewby, you're late, but look, it's 3 hours, 18 minutes. Right? Almost through one step. So this, right? Now this line is gonna be very much doing this, right? So this is the contouring of his body. We want that contouring to really help sell the illusion of the different perspectives of the character's clothing. Right. Yes, that's a nice bit of squash and stretch occurring in him. Right. Then we'll do the other side. So now this pocket is gonna be here, right? So his arm, his thumb, and his fingers are gonna be kind of like that. This is the difficult part. We don't want telescopic arms. And they're going back on themselves, right? So we're gonna change that up like that. And if we have to bring in some of his wrist hair, we will. His hands are going out of his pockets here. I'm going to bring that like that. There. That's better. Then this pocket will be coming over. We will adjust that accordingly as and when. Yep. So now this one is going to be coming forward on the lower arm, but this is gonna be going backwards. Yeah. So this is going to be going backwards, so I really need to think about selling this angle here in the character. So now this is going to be coming forwards, right? So you see these sleeves are kind of leveling up here at this level where we're having the interchange. Now I have to think about the hands. Okay, so his thumb will be here and he'll have some, his hand will be more like this. Okay, a little too much information, doesn't really need it. Gotta tone it down. It's tempting to want to put all that in there, but it's better to kind of leave it out. Okay, that'll do. So we've got this. This now needs to be reversed into this pose, so we need to get rid of this. This. Right. So again here, I'm going to do the same thing. Now I'm literally going to just utilize these two poses. So this shoulder needs to come through. Make sure that that all adds up. Let's add a bit of twist in his clothing. Right. Should be like this. We want to play with the twisting there. This now will the turn in the body is what's needed. So everything is the center line this way now. So this is what's going to sell this. This is very, very important, right? So this line now has to come here. This now has to come here, right? So I'm kind of going to just use this pose to kind of help me figure this out. Like this. There. So there, that helps with that. Again, this is going to be here. You see how the pose-to-pose thing would have worked? I can just use this pose and this pose. So again, the neck of the character is going to be kind of here. We want his head kind of in the similar place. Collar. Collar is going to be, we're going to focus more on this side because we're going to see more of that collar. Right? To be able to visualize these things. There. See, I go a little bit quieter when I want to visualize certain things. And now we can see how that step really leads into that as the body turns to the other side, right? Giving him some nice weight to him. So then again, this color, we're going to see more of the inside of this color, right? As it turns towards that side. Bring this. Being very careless with the tie, a little too careless. Okay. It's a bit thinner. Okay, that's that. Okay, I'll do the head last. Let's tackle the body. Okay, so this is now going to be coming forward on us. This is going backwards. I'm going to relate to this. So in order to relate to this, we're going to play with this side. Right? More of the twist in the character, right? Some real twist, so they get some perspective in the walk, right? See, that really feels like he's hunched over. He's leaning over. I'm trying to see if he has some sort of collar on this side. I'm gonna put one because it feels strange. No, I'm gonna take it out. I don't know. Okay, I don't know enough about the model to know that. I made these drawings. I didn't really see any such thing. So I'm just gonna keep it as is. Right. Looks a bit empty. So now the leg, before we do anything, right? I want to get the leg of that walk and the leg of this walk, the pocket, there like that. Now I'm just going to have to look at the angle of this arm coming back on itself. As we want to create the crease in the rolled up sleeve to get that effect. Right. We're going to have a little bit of his thumb here. Right. Coming in here like this. Yeah, that looks like that arm moving forwards and backwards in perspective. So similarly with this, we're going to have the sleeve come back on itself. Right. We want to indicate a little bit of perspective on that sleeve. Right. I'm going to have the thumb almost there like that. Again, that looks like that arm going there and there. So all we need to worry about now is the head. Right. So again, I'm going to really pay attention. Now it's a little bit more forward here, but this is the downward thrust on the eye, this downward angle. Right. This isn't square on. I've tried to do something a little bit different with the head on this pose. Maybe his eye should be looking more to us. Right. Never miss the opportunity to practice hand-eye coordination. You wonder why I'm so good? Because I don't shift and trace. I don't cut my heads out. I use these moments as an opportunity to refine my ability at seeing, getting the right hand-eye coordination. Right, so this hairstyle, I'm gonna basically make sure that there's gonna have to be some follow-through and overlap, which is not gonna really happen on the way down of the other one. But I'm gonna make sure that, no, I'm gonna make it normal, because we could always shove in an in-between. Okay, so I'm gonna kind of make this normal. Again, probably got too much on this side, but it'll do. And the more and more I draw it, the more easier it gets. Right. Okay, there we go. that is the head. Yeah. And what I will do is I will tidy it up just a little bit. This is the main contact pose of the character, right? So we got zoom, 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 zoom. Okay, you see what's happening there. What I don't like, which I advise against doing. The thing is I know you're going to think, well, he's doing it and he's telling us not to do it, but the thing is can you draw to my level, and can you do it this? Do you know what you're doing? No, you don't. So when I say don't do it, really don't do it. Okay, I'm doing that just because I want to save time on the live stream and do it quick. Skewing your drawing is never the way to go, or free transforming it. If you have the time, use it as the opportunity to get the drawing better and redraw it. Right, so I'm done with that. So the first step of the cycle, we've got another 1, 2, 3, 4 drawings to make. Right, the first step of the cycle is this, right, and we're going to have him come back. Right, not bad at all. Right, so over the course of this live stream, the first hour and a half I spent familiarizing myself with the character, and the second hour and a half has been spent animating this character doing this walk. Right, okay, so now let's continue. 4 drawings left to make, and then I won't in between it properly. I will just draw what we call partials to show you where I would weight the walk. Okay, because these are just the main poses, right? Okay, so now I'm going to do the same thing. No next panel. We're going to just use this to kind of help us. So here I'm going to level his head up, right? So what I've done is I've done the follow through, overlap and drag, but I've offset it so it's not doing the same thing on either side. So instead of on the down, instead of his head on the down, his head goes up here. On the down, his head goes down here, right? Because there's a delay in his head. Now in the basics archive of the training library, we don't really do that because it's a little advanced, and it's kind of like you need to understand first. So we tend to mirror the action, right? When you're a beginner, you mirror the action so you get used to it. But the more advanced you get, you don't want to mirror the action. You want to instead start thinking about making the action one big action, as opposed to lots of the mirroring is going on almost between the legs and the arms, although we're not quite mirroring that, right? It's more a case of variation, but still at the same time you're going to realize that all these different body parts are moving at different speeds, and while they've all got their own arcs, right, while all of those things are happening, again, while all of those things are happening, there's one big motion taking place. Okay, so one big, now his head is a little bit small. Again, I shouldn't be too concerned about the volume, because although it kind of looks cleanish, this still isn't really what I would call tie down animation, right? Though some may regard it as such. I would still take all of these keys and almost have them as blue line cleanups if I wanted to tie it down. That's how I would give my work to my assistants. Granted, it depends on how much time you have, but here's the thing, you'll see how fast I work, right? Well, that's what it was like for me in the industry when I used to do 2D animation. I used to work fast and spend my time tying it down so the assistant would give me what I wanted, right? Because he would effectively be just tracing my drawings, but pulling them slightly to model where I wasn't really on model, and I was more so much, focusing on getting the drawing the way I liked it. Right, so now here's what I need to think about the twisting in the body. There's going to be this front twist like this. There. Need to think about the space in between here. I might be gone a little bit too much, yeah. But too much. There should be more squash and stretch in this pose. It is a down pose, right? I need to be mindful of that. So now I want to play with the shoulder a little bit more. Bring that shoulder through. Never want to miss an opportunity to get the follow through of the folds of the garments. That's what makes this stuff. Right. Now his hip's going this way, so his top section is going that way, and it's rotating away from us, right? But it's forward and it's going back, right? So we want to get that pull in the sleeve, right? This is what separates the real animators from the fakers, right? Is the ability to draw your drapery, your folds, to get all of that in your garments, as to get that effect in your work. Now the leg is coming forward, so this is a little bit challenging, but we'll do it. Right. Want to make sure that our body is on the down, but we have the right contouring on the body, right? So I'm going to put another fold here like this to make sure that there's the correct contouring on the body as he walks. It's very important. It's interesting, but it's important, right? Now as he's turning, I need to think about the pocket, right? Right, the thumb coming there. So this, what you're seeing is drawing and animation all coming together, right? All of the figure drawing, all of the anatomy that I talk about, but then all of the crazy vids, crazy, thank you. No, I won't make him smile on the second step, Silver Sun, because it's a cycle, right? You can really see the anatomy in this walk, which is what it's all about. You know, that's what this is all about. Sorry about that, Silver Sun, but it's got to loop itself over and over a little bit. So now we're gonna come up. So if we're gonna come up, I'm gonna just put my trusted first drawing here. Always, this is what tie down is all about. Always go back to first drawing, right? Next panel. No, we don't need it. No next panel. So we're gonna bring him up in the passing position. We're gonna buckle his garments. Right. We're gonna bring this straight up. The legs are pretty spot on, so I'm gonna use them as I have done them here. This is a good frame. Now we're gonna be kind of straightening up, but not quite. There's still a little bit of angle on his shoulders. Right. There's still a little bit of away angle on this one. So as this leg is coming through, I need to think about this, not just go with what my rough has done. Yeah, we pretty much will be moving that arm forward again. Like this. Wow, 3 hours 47 minutes. Not bad. Not bad. Okay. So now we won't really see all the thumb and all that there like that. We just probably see that. Okay, so I'm going to take that away. Right. Won't really see that either. Maybe just something like that. Right. This is going to come to the side. Yes, that all adds up. You see my first drawing is there. Passing position. Coming through. Yep. Ultimately, it's got to in between back into that, and it does. Eventually. Not yet. Not quite straight level yet. Okay. The color is gonna be out. This, you see how the color pieces onto that. Hopefully some light bulbs are going off in some of your heads as you watch me. As I always say, it's all about line. Okay, and the shapes are made of line. They sit on the line. Okay, this. So this pocket's gonna be here, so this is probably gonna have to come up. Let me see what's happening with this arm. It's behind, and it's gonna be coming forward, so it's still behind. Right. This is super complex stuff. If you think animating a guy with his hands in his pockets is a cop-out of doing the simple arm swings, right? The big simple arm swings. That's when you clearly don't know anything about anatomy and really informed, like this is really taken this animation up to a whole new level by having his hands in his pockets. I have been able to demonstrate to you the backwards and forwards challenges of the torso turning in accordance to counterbalance with the leg, yet having part of his anatomy have to shift the other way. Now I'm gonna stray from my rough there and put a bit of space in his pocket like that. That's probably better to do that. Right. And we got a few folds. Anything to indicate the movement of the legs. Now I'm gonna bring his head in. Right? I'm gonna do his head now first. I'm gonna change what I had on my rough. I'm gonna keep the angle, but have him look down. Now originally I would have put a blink here, but because this is a cycle, I don't want him to be blinking on every cycle, on every second step. Okay, we're wandering from the model. Okay, that's good enough. Now I'll refer to this. So this is one of the downsides of this style, is the facial features are a little flat. So when you want to do really subtle head dips, you just have to slide certain aspects about, like bring his hair down a little. I was noticing that when I was looking at, some of you know I'm doing the Naruto fight scene breakdown. I was noticing how they have very flat facial features, and the way they depict certain angles is they just lower the hair over the eyes and make the chin a bit smaller. It's very different to the more structural stuff that Disney does in regards to the face. I would say Anime put in a lot more detail on the clothing than Disney, but clothing is neither here nor there. It's organic. You can cheat it. As long as you know there's some logic to what you're doing, but with the structure of the face, it's a little, you got to be a little bit more careful, and you can get a lot more subtle nuances in the animation. Never mind, you can still do something good here. Let's just do that with his hair. How's that with that? Again, just gonna trying to do so many things at once. But then that's why I like to do these live streams, right? Bum. Okay, so now we're gonna bring his color up. Bring his what I think I'm gonna do. No, I'm gonna keep that as is. That's good. That's good. And I'm gonna keep that color as is. Let's keep this simple. Let's just lift this in this position. Let's not try to be too clever. Let's keep that shape. The Cintiq ring rocker is the worst thing. I don't know what newer models have, but this older Cintiq HD is far worse than my 12WX that I left back in England, which was an original Cintiq. Every time I try to move backwards and forwards with the ring rocker, it just, because my thumb is kind of fat, it just doesn't hit the exact. See, I'm pressing it and it's registering, but the program, maybe this is a Storyboard Pro thing, right? Because the program doesn't really respond. Okay, so there we are. That works, that works. That's almost close enough. Alright, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Not bad. Let me delete all these reference drawings that I'm hardly even using. It almost looks like the intro or something where the character, goodness me, it takes a bit of time to delete all that. I think I should save after every delete. I guess it's a lot of vector lines. See, lots of people asking me questions. This is almost going to be, this is going to go over 4 hours, so I may not stay around too long at the end of the chat. Okay. We have got a few drawings left to do, but it's kind of clean, isn't it? It's a lot cleaner than I thought it would be. Right, we don't need this. That kind of spoils the flow. Okay, I think there's only one drawing left to do, actually, because this guy goes here. Okay, there's just one drawing left to do, and then I'm gonna suggest some timing things that'll make it even better. But let's just look at it without the final drawing that I'm going to do. You can see, I don't even need this anymore. Right, let's just get rid of that. It's getting on my nerves. I'm scrubbing that. You can see how this ended up turning out, right? Guy walking with his hands in his pockets. Clear distribution of weight on either side. Okay. Let's now bring this all back together. Next panel. For me, the hardest, well, this one isn't so hard because I've made him go up to this lazy point. Okay, so I was going to say the hardest part is looping back, but it depends what you're doing, right? I'm giving him this lazy quality, so I'm going to kind of keep what I've got with the body there. So remember what we talked about, the leveling up of this frame, right? So everything's kind of leveling up, and I've kind of what did we do with his neck here? There's a little bit of his neck, right? So we're gonna have some of his neck here, but his torso is gonna be leveled up. So we talked about that clavicle, right? Let me now make this very informative, more so than what people who have paid thousands of dollars, tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of dollars to attend universities and get seminars that give less information than this, right? So we got the distal portion of the clavicle where his upper delts are. Now I feel that it's a little, the rough is a little too pronounced, so I'm going to bring it down a little bit, right? And I'm going to bring this one over, right? You see how I'm using this to figure all this stuff out, right? Now as he brings this foot up, his pocket is going to be much higher, right? That's going to help me get the shape of his arm, right? So it's going to be like that. You can see where that's going in there. Now what I don't like is his arm is gaining mass. It's getting telescopic. I want it to animate back into that. So I'm going to refer to that. So I'm going to refer to this. Alright. This kind of ties it together. I'm just going to open the window for a little bit because it's like the height of summer here in New Zealand and I'm sweating. I've been doing this for almost 4 hours now and I'm sweating like mad, and it's probably about 30 degrees here, and I didn't even have the window open because I don't want buzzing flies ruining my live stream, right? So so now I've got to think about this arm coming over, but then relating to this drawing here, right? So this is where we got to, I've not only got to have the animation work. This is why I said these, for me, the looping back in a cycle, that's where the real challenge is, right? Yeah, so this should be more like this, right? Yeah, it's more coming like this, right? Interesting how all these shapes line up, right? Right. So now I got to think about what's going on here. Okay. What's going on here? We're going to keep that lazy. Right. Frog Mayfly is still there. Snowstorm over there. Auvernia Baker. Wow. Right, so let's have his collar leveling up. So this has got to come down here. So everything in this frame has to be a little bit more careful than any of the other frames, because I've got to kind of make sure that this all ties back, right? That's good. Can have that. Right. So, yep. That works. Yeah, that's gonna come like that. Not quite, but it'll do. All right. These little things need to be sorted out further in cleanup, but that little inconsistency is I wouldn't settle for that if I was doing this professionally. I'm gonna leave this in. Okay, it more than does the job. Right, so this comes up like that. Plus I'm hitting the 4-hour mark, and I know what I can get away with and what I can't. Right, so let's just have that. That'll do for the body. Yeah, bum 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 bum. Yeah, that'll do for the body. Let's just make sure that's more to size. Set that there. Right, so now the collars. Let's imagine these collars completely straight. Let's go to this shape. Right. Hopefully this is inspiring people who like to draw to put down the stupid puppets and the rigs and to do what you were born to do. Right? You were born to draw. That's why you're watching me doing this. Right? You're not one of these incompetent corner cutting wimps who want the same kind of credibility as people who can draw. You know, that's got to be earned, sunshine. It's got to be earned. Right, so this is gonna come. Let's just give him a little bit more mass. As we bring this over here. Yeah. That's better. See, this is what makes this frame challenging, because I'm having to have it loop back to this one, but at the same time it's got to relate to the previous one, right? So now we've got the head here like this, and again I'm gonna use this head. I'm literally gonna just be a bit of a cop-out. If I was being a lazy shit, I would cut this head out, right? But no, I lead by example. We're gonna draw it. Because the purpose of this live stream isn't to get this done. I think you don't need to, it's nice to see me take it to this stage at least, but I think you don't need any convincing to know that I can get it done, right? The purpose of this live stream is to demonstrate to you the proper way of doing things. Don't cut corners. Learn the right things, and you will have the master key. Literally the master key to be able to animate in any style. And also, I've seen the show Cowboy Bebop, and while there are one or two nice scenes in there with nice flowing animation, what I've done here is generally of a higher grade than a lot of stuff actually in that show. So you can go beyond the things that inspire you. Right. Let's have the hair coming up here like this. And that's exactly why I like to come on these streams. Talk is cheap, right? Walk the talk. Here I am telling you that the real Animator training system is the master key. And if you learn the right things, you can do anything you want. Well, talk is cheap. Where's the proof? Well, you guys all asked me to animate Cowboy Bebop. Never drawn this. I've only ever drawn this character once before in my life on a live stream, right? But here you are, right? Here's a walk cycle of an extremely high standard for your enjoyment and mine as we do this. Okay, so 4 hours 10 minutes in. Live Fantasy is off. She stayed for most of the 4 hours. Right. Okay, let me just loop what we've got a couple of times. Okay, so edit copy panels, edit base panels, and then I will undo it and show you a little bit about timing. Right. So we've animated this cycle of this guy walking, and these are just the keys and breakdowns, right? Well, the keys and extremes. You can see it's already got a lot of personality to it. There's already everything that needs to be in there. The little shoulder punch, the drag on the head, the weight, the counterbalance. Any kid who did that would probably run and show his mom and dad. Right? Awesome, Ed. Have a go. Okay, what have we missed here? We missed one thing. I thought I saw something flashing. Okay, so I'm going to add this, and then we're going to talk about timing. I'm going to show you how great I am. Okay, right? So we're going to have this. I love that guy. Cassius Clay, Muhammad Ali, whatever. One of my inspirations. And the guy was very humble, yet he shut his mouth off like nobody's business. I kind of model myself on him. Why? Because it's charismatic and it's inspiring and it helps people who are the underdog. It gives them strength and helps them rise and gives them power to achieve their goals and ambitions. Okay, so now for me, a lot of this is about the lazy walk. Okay, so he's gonna plod down, right? So then what I'm gonna do as he plods down into this pose is I'm gonna slow out of it, but I'm gonna slow out of it with a little bit of an arc. Now I'm not going to do any more drawing. I'm just gonna draw the outline of the character, right? So you can kind of see what I mean, right? Because it's just gonna take too long, right? So I'm gonna put this hair, and we're gonna bring the hips up just a little bit. We're gonna bring this up. We're gonna bring this up, right? We're gonna bring. Now this is the way Animate time things, right? They use favors, and normally I say never animate a cycle with a moving camera on 2s, But Naruto and all these things, they throw that out the window. They animate all their moving camera things on 2s. And it looks strange to me, but a lot of people love it, right? So I'm doing the same thing. I'm doing this cycle on 2s, right? So I'm doing anime timing here with my Disney kind of follow through and overlap and everything else, right? So I'm putting a favor here rather than animating it, slowing in and slowing out properly, right? So I've weighted that. Now I'm going to wait between here and here, between here and the step, right? So again, he comes up here, between here and here, right? I could do it on the way down, but I don't know why, I feel like I want to be a bit more traditional here, because at time, given this very Disney-esque style motion, which is more richer and flamboyant, more informed arcs, right? So I'm gonna have to switch to a little bit of Disney timing. So I'm gonna do a straight up half in here, right? Well, I say Disney timing or whatever, but it's really what's most suitable for the job. So I'm gonna just put this head here like this. So now he's gonna kind of like flop down, right? So he's gonna plod down, which is what I want. So he's gonna be like boom, right? Boom. We're gonna do that on the other side, and it's gonna look really nice, right? So we had one coming out of here, coming out of the down. So that's 1, 3, 5, 7. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13. Okay? It's an 11 frame step. We could make it even more, but it's, a 12 frame. So again, just how I teach it in real animator training, it's a 1 second cycle, which is what my subconscious, not all of the, a lot of the anime I've been slowing down is on 2s. I've been slowing down the good stuff. I've not been doing the, so this is obviously this is a good walk cycle. It's not some kind of low grade stuff. So I'm gonna work with the mentality that it's on 2s, right? So again, I put that in the wrong place. So here the down, coming out of the down into the up. We're going to again think about arcing this way. So we're going to bring his, let me check the arc of that head. No, I'm not going to do that. See, I'm going to bring him linear up, but it's going to be more like a favor, anime favor timing, right? It's all anime favor timing. So let me just, I'm rushing this too much because I'm enjoying, I know I've gone beyond 4 hours and I really want to get to the end of the stream. But I know I've done a great piece of work here, right? An exemplary piece of work. So it'll be foolish to just destroy it by being so careless, right? May as well be a digital puppeteer. Oh dear. I do hope some of you realize I just like having a bit of sport, you know. It's not really done with any venom or malice, right? So this goes in like that, right? So we're gonna come up, then out, then between here and here we're gonna half it, right? So we're just gonna kind of half that, right? Here like that. So I'm not going to in between this on stream, obviously, or off stream. I'm done with this. This was the challenge for today. I asked you all to suggest a character to me in the chat that you would like to see me animate. I googled it, learned its model, and proceeded to do a badass piece of animation of it. Okay. Right, so let's look at the timing of that. So now he's got some nice weight to it. Okay, so let us copy, edit, copy panels, edit, paste panels, edit, paste panels. So let me scrub these so you can see the cycle in process. There we go. Isn't that nice? No reference in terms of for the walk, just my knowledge of the 12 laws of animation and drawing anatomy. Hopefully you can really see just how you can sit down in the matter of a few hours and really produce stunning work. Okay, really turned out exceptionally well. I'm very happy with that. Okay, now before I come and talk to you in the chat, I'm gonna have to do it again because this has been a 4 hours 20-minute stream, and I've got to talk about my sponsor. Who is my sponsor? Myself. Yes, I sponsor myself. These live streams are brought to you by me to glorify what I'm doing, and I have an online animation library teaching you everything I know at ambanimation.com. If you go to Real Animator Training, you can watch this stuff. You can see all these videos, listen to the testimonials, read the spiel. But I think if you've made it this far into this live stream, you know how badass I am, and you know, some of you know me already, that I get results from people. Okay, this library works. It has people who have been to CalArts. It has people who have been to Bluth University. It has had people who worked at Disney, people who worked at Cartoon Network, people who have been to Sheridan, people who have learned from Alex Williams, Richard Williams, the son of his postgraduate Escape Pearson College, Pearson Entertainment course in London. They're all coming to learn from the Real Animator Training Library. The world's best learning resource in the craft of hand-drawn animation. If you click join now, you'll see this video of people, the standard of work that people coming out of this place are doing. You have two options: training archives and edutainment archives. The training archives are the real powerful stuff where it all happens. You can either purchase these archives one by one at a time, or you can save a ton of money and buy them in bundles. Either way, the combination of all these archives bought, particularly in the bundle, is no more expensive than a child's Christmas present, such as a high gigabyte iPad or a mid-range laptop with some accessories. You're talking about people who have paid $180K to go to CalArts, people have paid $45K to go to Full Sail, people have paid even $10K to learn from Don Bluth for a year. So that's no way near. I mean, this is way more affordable and way superior. So people talk about the price. Just think about that. So these, you're going to follow me. These videos are follow-along videos. It's not like this, okay? It's not like just fun and games. Your way doesn't work. You need to try mine. So don't watch the videos and try and do it your way and try and remember. No, get your work pad out, get your Cintiq or whatever you work with out, and follow along with me as I do these videos. Otherwise, it's not going to work for you, and it will be a waste of money. All right, and it will just, it's, you gotta listen. Okay, so these are the basics, intermediate, advanced, archives, anatomy, and lecture. You can click on any of these and watch the preview videos. They'll show you what it's all about. Edutainment is where stuff like this. So if you like watching stuff like this, you're more of a hobbyist, we've got something for you in Real Animator Training too. We've got edutainment archives. The most valuable archive in here, I say, is the 56-part How to Animate Your Own Film animation series. Some of you watched me do this over the course. You watch me animate a 2-minute film to this standard of animation over 56 live streams. So you can now have access to all 56 of those. There's other things in here: animation sessions, drawing sessions, Ask the Animator, animation breakdowns, where you see me studying stuff. The Naruto archive is not in here yet. When that gets completed, it will be available. The price here is, a joke, really. I mean, less than a pair of Nike trainers, less than a cheap tall boy from Kmart in some cases. So there's really no excuse for some of you who claim that animation is your passion. You have amazing information here, whatever way you want to go. Okay, so that's AMB Animation, Real Animator Training, the world's best learning resource in the craft of hand-drawn animation, bar none. It has been my absolute pleasure to animate Spike from Cowboy Bebop for you with this effortless. Let me now go into the chat very quickly to just see what some of you are saying. I can't hang around too long. I tell you what, 4 hours 25 minutes. I'll hang around for 5 minutes. Bum, 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 bum. Thank you, Silver Sun. Is there a discount? The library's already at a discount. As I said, you're getting the world's finest animation training. I've had people that have worked on Peter Pan 2. I've had people who have worked on the latest Cartoon Network shows signing up to learn from this place. I've had people who have been to CalArts who've paid 180K. I've had people who've been to people who go to pay Don Bluth 10,000 a year to learn from him. So yet they come and learn from my training library. You got to ask yourself why. Obvious answer is training library's better. Okay, and that's at the price, as I said, it's at the price of a child's Christmas present. So for me, it's on permanent discount. If anything, the price goes up as the value increases. So that's why I've segregated the archives. You can buy whichever ones you want if you like it that way or whatever. So library is already the most effective learning resource of hand-drawn animation, and it's the best opportunity people from all over the world are getting. So even people from other countries who say the translation isn't well, try paying for CalArts, okay? Or try paying Don Bluth. You're getting better, okay? At a far more affordable price. Thing is it's all about whether you believe me or not, okay? And that can't be helped. I mean, I walk the talk. I show you what I can do. You see what people doing coming out of the library. You see my global Facebook community. You see me looking at people's work in that community every week. So it's all there. It's just for the person making the investment to decide or not. But thank you for asking about that app. I do understand that it might be a bit of an investment for people, but there's no rush. As I said, I'm quite happy for people to waste their money on other people's courses. If they're serious, they'll realize they don't work and they'll come to me in the end. I know that. It's happened all too often. So I'm quite happy to wait around, do the Udemy, do some of the other people. If you're serious, you know where it's at. That R stands for real. They'll come and they'll get the real deal. Animate, not animated. What number do you animate on? I animate normally on 2s. I animate at a frame rate of 24 frames per second, never less, never more. More is just a waste. It means more drawing, unnecessary for a less, barely noticeable improvement, if not more swimming, less weighted work. You need the flexibility to move between 1s and 2s. 1 simply means exposing the drawing once, shooting the drawing once, or if you're using an editor, having a duration of 1 frame. 2 simply means having a duration of 2 frames, or shooting the drawing, exposing the drawing twice. I tend to work on 2s. It saves time. It's just as effective, but you need 1s sometimes. You just need them to especially if you're doing more complex Disney kind of animation. When I say Disney, I mean the old Disney, right? The good Disney, not the bullshit that they're churning out now. People talking amongst themselves about the weather. To be honest, cutout seems more than actually drawing the animation, too many moving parts and technical jargon. You never draw in cutout. The person who builds the rig draws. I saw somebody showing off a free Mickey Mouse cutout rig, and I laughed. I literally laughed. It looked like exact classic Mickey Mouse, not the new shit. But when you saw it moving, man, it was, the person didn't know how to squash and stretch. He didn't know anything. The poses were awful. The heads were like locking into poses. The arcs were so basic. Taking a character like Mickey that people like Frank Thomas has animated, Fred Moore, Milt Kahl, these masters who really know how to be flamboyant with their arcs with a character like that, and seeing some cutout mumbo jumbo just doing the usual head sliding, slow in, clicking from one pose to the next shit, made me laugh my head off, man. They'll never get it. They think they have, but people who really know how to animate, no. Things, okay, people are talking about snow. It sounds like cutout animation, but what are your thoughts about it? Do you think it will work? I saw a post of someone on the internet. He said to get a better animation to copy the previous memes. Yeah, he's somebody, all right, but in the world of animation, he's a nobody, and I don't really have the time for anybody that talks like that. So that's my views about it. That's what we call a digital puppeteer, or somebody who's just trying to get big on Instagram, who has no interest in forwarding their skills in the art of animation and the craft of animation. I wish them the best. I wish them wealth, success, and happiness, but I'll never really rate that kind of animation or the mentality that goes behind it. No, we talked about why we couldn't make him smile, Kevin. I'm just getting through these comments fairly fast, so it might seem like I'm being brash, but I'm just trying to fit as much as I can. We've hit the 4-hour, 30-minute mark. Okay, Mayfly telling Infinite Sky about the groundhopper. Okay, I remember all this Edge Deep talking about the personality. Okay, so we didn't have much chat. Which is good. So we have got to the end of the chat. Thank you so much for joining me on this live stream. And once again, thank you so much for inspiring me to produce great work that I would never have otherwise produced. I had never any intention in my life to ever animate this character or ever draw this character except for a request on a live stream. That's kind of what we did today. And we did some fantastic animation, really anatomical, really nice, exemplary walk cycle from the front. Hopefully it communicates with the people studying in the training library as well, just where those basic standard jog, run, walk from the front, and run from the front cycles will eventually take you. I used everything that I teach in those to get this cycle done. Okay, thank you so much for joining me on today's stream. I will see you all on the next one. Keep working hard. Keep believing in yourself. You need no motivation other than the fact that you can draw and you love drawing. Other than that, and other than going and looking at your own face in the mirror and understanding just how great you are, okay? You are all fantastic. You are all more than capable of doing exactly what I've done on this live stream, and that's exactly why I'm here, to help you understand that. You just need to learn the right things, the right way, the real way. Okay.